Okay. I am calling to order this special meeting of the Township Committee of the Township of Morris for April 1st, 2021. The Open Public Meeting Act, in accordance with both adequate and electronic notice of this meeting, as required by the Open Public Meeting Act, has been satisfied, and a statement in certifying same will be executed. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Jarfi.
Here.
Mr. Mancuso.
Here.
Mr. Rabbits.
Here.
Mrs. Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Griselle.
Here.
Thank
Will
you.
everyone please rise with me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of the United States of America,
America,
to the republic
to the
for which it
republic
stands,
for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
one nation, under
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
I could ask
justice for all.
for standing for those of you who are the public audience, if you could remain standing too. We've had 3 tragedies in our country over the past 3 weeks. We've had mass shootings in each of the last 3 weeks, in which a number of our fellow Americans have perished by gunfire, and including a police officer who went in to defend those under fire. And I'd like to take a moment of silence to recognize those fallen people, our fellow Americans from across the United States. Thank you. Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So we are here tonight to discuss the redevelopment plan for the site at 340 Mount Kemble Avenue. As many of you know, we've had a couple of stops and starts to this. We originally were supposed to meet on February 24th, and we had a problem with the meeting notice, so we pushed that to March 9th. At the March 9th meeting, we ran out of space on our Zoom meeting room, and I gave the analogy at the time that just as if we had a public meeting here in the public meeting room and we had too many people for the fire capacity of the room, we would have to shut it down and restart the meeting. Very similar to that, we ran out of room on Zoom and we had to shut the meeting down, and we are restarting it tonight. So what happened on March 9th is not to be taken into account. We're starting that meeting all over again, and we are going to proceed with Mr. Paul Phillips' statement as he prepared it on March 9th. So you're going to see a recording of Paul Phillips as he stated, as he made his presentation on March 9th. And after that is done, we will proceed with questioning, as we had done previously, from the Township Committee members, each one successively. And after that is finished, we will be taking public questions and comments. Is there anything further, Mr. Quinn, that I should cover? Sorry, before we do that, I forgot that we have one added resolution to our agenda, and that we have to hire a temporary municipal clerk due to the
Lost the sound.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Jeff.
We heard have to hire a temporary, and that's the last thing we heard.
Your
Yes,
microphone's off.
I don't hear anything. Hey, Mark, I think something's wrong with the audio.
Boy, it's always something, huh?
Always something.
Always something. Tim, do you have audio?
Can you hear me now through my microphone?
Yes,
Yes.
now we can.
Yes.
Okay. I think we're still getting a little feedback.
You shut all the mics off, I won't hear you.
Yeah. Mr. Carlson, I'm turning it over to you for the resolution. If you could read that into the record.
Absolutely, Mayor. Before you is Resolution 78-21. This concerns the appointment of an interim deputy municipal clerk, that being Dawn McDonald, registered municipal clerk.
I'll make that motion if needed.
Second.
Roll call.
Is anybody talking?
Roll call, Kathy?
Thank you very much. Mr. Durfee,
Yes.
Mr. Mancuso,
Yes.
Mr. Rabbits,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson,
yes,
Mayor Grizel.
Yes.
Thank you.
But before we proceed, we're gonna have to figure out what's wrong with the microphones here.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Very good. So I don't think we were able to complete the roll call from the resolution that we just passed because I don't think I could be heard. So can we just, what's the number of the resolution, please?
7721, sir.
77,
7821.
7821. Will somebody move 7821, please?
So moved.
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. And as we stated before, we had the technical difficulties. That's to, in order for us to hire a temporary clerk. And so with that done, we will move to the redevelopment portion of this meeting. We're here
may I
tonight to
interrupt
talk
just
about.
1 minute? I don't know what anyone else sees, but on
Yes.
my screen, I do not see the meeting room. I see, I believe, Mark Daly's computer screen, his desktop. So just as an FYI.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's,
that's what I'm saying too.
he is about to share the testimony of Paul Phillips, so he's preparing that for a second. So we'll see how this goes in a minute. Again, I apologize to everybody in the public for our technical difficulties here. As I stated before, we took that roll call on the resolution. We are going to replay Paul Phillips's testimony from the March 9th meeting. It's going to be a video replay, so it'll be exactly what he testified to. After that, we will start fresh with questioning from the Township Committee, and then we will be turning it over to the public for their questions and comments.
Mayor, before we begin, I believe we should read the ordinance by title into the record.
Yes, please, Mr. Carlson. Thank you.
This is ordinance 01-21, an ordinance of the Township of Morris, Morris County, New Jersey, adopting the redevelopment plan for 340 Mount Kemble Avenue regarding the property identified on the township's tax maps as block 6101, lot 5, being 340 Mount Kemble Avenue, Morris Township, New Jersey, pursuant to the local redevelopment and housing law, NJSA 40A:12A-1 et sec.
And Mr. Carlson, if I also may, on the 6th, whereas the date of the redevelopment plan shows as January 2021, and that is a correction from the introduced ordinance back in January.
Very good.
Thank you.
And Mr. Carlson, do we need a first and a second to we had the introduction, so we don't need a first and a second to start the hearing, correct?
Yes, this is for public hearing and final consideration.
Okay, so should we get a first and a second, or we do that later on?
No, sir.
Later on.
We'll do that
We'll
later
do that
on.
later on.
Yes.
Very good. And I just want to add one more thing for the public. We had made the promise back in February and then in March, and we'll make the promise again in April, that this governing body is not going to take action at this very first meeting. We promised everybody we would take the time to properly consider what's before us, and we will be holding a second special meeting to finish up the process. So no action will be taken tonight. This is just for hearing. We're going to listen to the public, get some comments, and then we will have time to contemplate before we come back. And if the public portion is not finished tonight, we will continue that at the next special meeting date, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Okay, with that, I am going to turn it over to our technician to play the video.
I'd like to briefly discuss what is being considered as part of the public hearing. Essentially, it involves a proposed redevelopment plan for property that is commonly referred to as 340 Mount Kemble Avenue. I want to start by describing the property in terms of its historical context and sort of how we got to where we are today. So the lot in question is approximately 40 acres in size, and it's improved with an approximately 400,000 square foot office building. This lot is also part of a larger office complex, which contains over 1.1 million square feet of office space. The building at 340 Mount Kemble Avenue was originally constructed roughly 35 years ago, and it was occupied for many years by AT&T. AT&T vacated the premises in 2014. The property then went into foreclosure, and in 2016, Onyx acquired the property. Sometime thereafter, Onyx approached the township, had a number of meetings with the TCC to discuss possible development options for the potential reuse of the property. And actually, several potential development scenarios were being considered by Onyx, and they were discussed with the TCC. And they involved a number, which I'll just kind of briefly describe, but one of the options was the demolition of the office building and developing the site for multifamily residential use exclusively with an affordable housing component. There was a consideration to demolishing actually the front half, basically half of the office building, and developing multifamily housing in the section sort of closest to Mount Kemble Avenue, and possibly a hotel at the far end of the property. And then there was a third option, which is to retain and refurbish the entirety of the existing office building, but also to allow for a hotel at that same far end of the property. So the TCC's advice on this to the governing body was that whatever was going to happen on this site, that a redevelopment area designation in accordance with the state's local redevelopment and housing law made the most sense. And the reason being that the office building was sort of largely outdated in terms of its design and the condition of the building. And also the TCC recognized that it would give the township, by going the redevelopment route, it would give the township sort of the maximum flexibility in terms of devising a redevelopment scheme. So the township committee subsequently directed the planning board to conduct that area in need of redevelopment investigation. It was completed in 2019. The planning board held a public hearing, after which they recommended to the township committee that the property qualified for area in need of redevelopment. And the township committee subsequently designated the property as an area in need of redevelopment. So after that occurred, the TCC proceeded to draft a redevelopment plan, and essentially the goals of that redevelopment plan were the retention of the office building. Onyx had committed to making a major capital improvement to upgrade the building, but also the plan would allow for development of a hotel, subject to a number of specific programmatic and locational standards. Let me just briefly discuss for the township committee and the public sort of the rationale for the hotel in this context. And to some extent, this was addressed as part of the 2017 Master Plan Reexamination Report. And I think that report spent a good deal of time in the land use recommendations section, acknowledging that corporate office parks, not only in the township, but in the state generally, were struggling. Tenants were leaving, owners were having difficulty finding replacement businesses, and they were now also dealing with aging buildings and infrastructure. And the master plan, having recognized that, specifically recommended that the township explore innovative redevelopment schemes or zoning alternatives for these office districts. And that included considering mixed use development as opportunities presented themselves. I can also just say that this has been, this issue of converting office parks trends toward mixed use development has been a trend over the past several years in New Jersey, and it's continuing to be a trend as we go into the future. And it's a trend, as I mentioned, that goes beyond Morris Township. And I think many of these corporate parks are facing sort of the same dilemma. And what has been happening is that developers and municipalities have been sort of working to fine tune some zoning changes that would permit mixed use development. That could be anything from a mix of multifamily residential, office, research, hotel, and other sort of supporting uses. And the main impetus behind it is basically to keep these office parks competitive in the marketplace. And in fact, the mixed use development alternative may well be the key to the survival of many of these parks in the long run. So I think bottom line, the hotel is sort of a value added amenity for prospective office owners and tenants. And this is not only at 340 Mount Kemble, but it's also for the larger complex, as I mentioned, of which it is a part. I would also offer that I think the hotel at this location does serve to sort of advance the office park in the context of a township-wide objective, and that would be certainly to support actions that are intended to preserve the Morris's sort of economic and rateable base. So with that said, before I talk about the specifics of the redevelopment plan, I want to emphasize that by permitting the hotel use in the context of a redevelopment plan, as opposed to having merely sort of added hotel as a new permitted use in the underlying OL 40 zone, we were able to basically provide some appropriate safeguards that would not have been employed through conventional zoning. So what do I mean by that? So for example, through conventional zoning, we would have been hard pressed to restrict the hotel to a very targeted and specific location on the property. And in this case, we were very cognizant of the adjacent single-family neighborhood along Frederick Place. And we basically provided regulations in the redevelopment plan that would basically, as much as feasible, sort of remove that hotel from the rear lot lines of those residences on Frederick Place. You also would not have, through conventional zoning, mandated the orientation of the hotel, and I'll get to that in a bit, so that visually it is going to have the least impact on neighboring residents. And under the redevelopment plan, we were also able to sort of more readily restrict the ancillary uses associated with a hotel. So with that preamble, I'll just briefly discuss the plan standards. So essentially, the plan provides for the retention with no expansion of the existing office building. And it further allows a hotel. There's a cap on the number of rooms. It's a maximum of 225 rooms. A hotel could well be less than 225 rooms. So understand that it's a maximum. We also provided for only very limited meeting and banquet space with no large ballroom or convention facilities permitted. We wanted to make sure that it was not sort of an event venue. And effectively, the hotel is geared towards business travelers to support the park. I would also say that for this prototype hotel, any restaurant or lounge or bar is sort of more than likely to be operated by the hotel as opposed to a third party. So it's really intended for guests. It's not typically these types of facilities are not destination restaurants oriented to the general public. The hotel has a allowable height of 4 stories and 50 feet. To provide some context to that, the existing office building is basically a 3-story building. There are some grade changes which sort of complicate that as you view it visually. Actually, that building, in terms of how the township measures height, is actually 67.5 feet high, notwithstanding the fact that it basically is a 3-story building. And the underlying OL 40 zone currently permits buildings of 45 feet high. So again, the hotel is relatively consistent with the built condition and the underlying zoning. The hotel would be required to have a minimum setback of 350 feet to what is the easterly property line, which is the common lot line or the rear lot line of the houses on Frederick Place. Again, to provide some context, that 350 feet is double the existing side yard setback in the underlying OL 40 district. And also the redevelopment plan mandates that the hotel be oriented so that the lengthier facade faces Mount Kemble Avenue, so that only the end or the side of the hotel building would actually face the residents on Frederick Place, and with no signage either allowed along that side or end of the building. And I don't know, Jim or Mark, if we could just put up the one exhibit which kind of shows the building envelope. Do we have the capability to do that?
Up on the screen here.
Yeah. So as you can see, and this is one of the figures from the redevelopment plan. As you can see, there is an aerial photograph, and it is an aerial photograph showing the existing office building before the improvements were made to the office building, including the site improvements. But it basically, the building per se, it remains in that position today. And you can see a little box which is in sort of an orange at the far southerly portion of the site, and you'll see to the right of that a 350-foot distance, which was what I was talking about. And this is really the allowable building envelope for the hotel. And I will also say that it's the actual envelope of the hotel is likely to be about roughly half that size, because there's an additional requirement in the redevelopment plan that requires a separation between the office building and the hotel that will more or less cut that building envelope in half while maintaining that 350-foot separation. The reason it's shown here the way it is because I guess theoretically, for some reason, if you were to take down a portion of the office building, you wouldn't have to meet that additional separation requirement. So this would be the theoretical building envelope, although as a practical matter, presuming that office building stays, or the southerly portion of the building, that envelope would basically, as I mentioned, be half of what is shown in that exhibit. So thank you for putting that up, Jim and Mark. They would also say that there are a series of design guidelines for the hotel. And also, I think the Township Committee and the public should understand that issues related to lighting, buffering, and parking would be addressed at the time of a site plan application for the hotel, similar to any other development proposal that the planning board would see under conventional zoning. And again, this is all premised on the redevelopment plan obviously being approved. So, Mayor, I think that provides a brief summary of the plan. I'm available for questions from the Township Committee at this point, and I will also be available after the public comment to address any outstanding questions or issues. So, thank you.
Very good. Okay, so that was pre-recorded from March 9th. We just wanted to replay that presentation for the benefit of everybody who was not here on March 9th. Excuse me for a second. Paul, do you have 2 additional slides that you wanted to show tonight? A slide or 2?
Yes.
You want Mark to put that up now?
Or later.
You want to put up now or later?
We could probably put it up later, Mayor.
Okay, that's fine. So we're back live. Again, what you just saw, because we might look a little different from what you just saw on your screen, that was pre-recorded on March 9th, and we're back live here on April 1st. I should have also stated at the beginning of the meeting that all of the documents that we are talking about tonight can be found on our website. If you go to morristwp.com, if you click on the department's headline on the banner at the top, there will be a drop-down menu. If you click on land use, you will get an option to click on redevelopment. At the bottom of that menu, there's a redevelopment option to click on, and then you will have the opportunity to look at all the redevelopment documents that are associated with this plan here tonight, including the plan. There's a redevelopment study and a number of other things. I see about 8 different documents on my screen that are available for public viewing. So I am going to start off some questioning of Paul, and then we'll let the other Township Committee members go next. So Paul, can you, first question, you mentioned the OL 40 zone, and you mentioned the benefits of taking this route of redevelopment over rezoning the property to allow hotels. So can you speak to the OL 40 zone? So since you mentioned it, explain to people what the OL 40 zone is and what we would have had to do to include hotels in that zone.
Sure. So the OL 40 district is essentially, Mayor, an office lab district. The 40 in the OL 40 coincides with the minimum lot size requirement for that zone, which is 40 acres. This property is located entirely within the limits of the zone, as are the surrounding 2 office lots that are part of this overall campus. Essentially, it allows office and research and lab use as the principal permitted uses. It does not allow a hotel. I think the several key factors in answer to your question is that one of the options would have been to simply change the underlying OL 40 office zoning to allow hotels, period, which meant that any of the properties would be able to build a hotel if that was the case. But I think more importantly here, in terms of the redevelopment plan benefits, is that if you look at the OL 40 zoning, there are a series of bulk standards. The typical things such as FAR and coverage, but most importantly, setbacks. And if you were to consider rolling in hotel as a use, you would simply have the same types of setbacks. Whereas in terms of the redevelopment plan, because it's specifically geared to one property and is specifically geared toward the context of that property, and this redevelopment plan recognizes that there's an existing office building already on the property, we were able to basically target, if you will, where the hotel would be permitted to be located on the property, which you would not normally do under conventional zoning. You just have a series of setbacks, just like there are setbacks for the office use under the current 040 zoning. So the main benefits here are that we were able to essentially, there were, in terms of the hotel siting, Mayor, there were sort of three goals. One was to locate the hotel in a location that was not directly in front of the office building, as viewed from the internal access drive serving the park, so you wouldn't block it and you wouldn't take away prime parking spaces. The second goal was to basically keep the hotel as far a distance as possible from the rear lot lines of the residences on Frederick Place. And essentially, we were able to have a standard that keeps that hotel at even further distance from Frederick Place than the existing office building. And then lastly, importantly, which you really wouldn't do under conventional zoning, we have a requirement that the lengthier facade of the hotel basically run perpendicular to these rear lot lines so that the mass of the building would be lessened relative to those homes that are in closest proximity. So those were the sort of the three goals, and those were the three goals that we believe, Mayor, we achieved that either would not have been possible or would have been far more difficult to attempt to do under a conventional zoning. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. My second question relates to the role of the Township Committee versus the role of the Planning Board. And can you speak to that as well?
Sure. So much like a zoning ordinance amendment, a redevelopment plan essentially falls under the jurisdiction of the governing body, as zoning falls under the jurisdiction of the governing body. The Township Committee introduced this ordinance, and it was referred to the ordinance and redevelopment plan. It was referred to the Planning Board, which is required by the redevelopment statute, and now we're holding a public hearing. The Township Committee is going to has already listened to me. It's going to listen to the public and any other interested party that's going to speak as part of this public hearing process. I'm sure there's going to be additional questions of myself and maybe Mr. Slade, who also participated on behalf of the township. And then the board is going to, the Township Committee is going to make a decision as to whether or not this redevelopment plan is adopted. If it decides that the redevelopment plan should not be adopted, the process ends and the underlying zoning stays in place. If the Township Committee adopts the redevelopment plan, the next phase would be that the property owner would then be able to file an application at any time in the future while the redevelopment plan is in place to build a hotel consistent with the requirements of the redevelopment plan. However, like any other application under conventional zoning, the applicant would basically have to appear before the planning board at a public hearing seeking site plan approval, and would basically have to go through compliance with the board as to all of the redevelopment plan standards. I mean, there is a variance procedure like there is with zoning. And then the board would also have jurisdiction over more, what I'll characterize as more discretionary items. They're covered in the redevelopment plan, but there aren't the same specific standards. And they would be things, Mayor, probably the two critical things would be lighting and buffering, which the planning board would address as part of that site plan approval process. But that's just the summation of the process and the distinctions between the role of the township committee and the planning board.
Very good. So you touched on one of the things that's important for me, which is the lighting. Another is the buffering. Third is the parking. So let me touch on parking first. So in understanding the role of the township committee versus the planning board, we're taking a portion of an existing parking lot and putting the hotel down in there, which obviously takes parking spots away. And the hotel itself is also going to need parking spots. So in addressing my concern about whether there's sufficient parking or not, in light of how you answered the question about the role of the township committee versus the planning board, how should this governing body view the parking situation? What should we take into account when rendering our decision?
So the redevelopment plan has a series of requirements for parking for the permitted uses, and the permitted uses here, as I indicated, Mayor, are offices. Basically, the existing office building as is currently in place. And that building is roughly about 415,000 square feet. There's a standard for parking for that office building, which is consistent with your ordinance standard, which is 4 spaces per 1,000. And just to give you some context, that would translate into about 1,650 spaces, give or take. And then there's also a parking standard for the hotel, and the hotel standard is based on a room basis. And then there are additional standards if the hotel provides the ancillary spaces that I spoke about during my presentation. Right now on the site, there are probably about, and again, I'm rounding, Mayor, about 1,800 spaces just for the office building. So the office building is parking right now at a ratio which is greater than the office standard in the zoning. So you can do the math, which I think you've done, that if you add a hotel, the question is, will there potentially be a parking deficiency? So we've also added in the redevelopment plan a provision that an applicant can basically do what's called a shared parking analysis. And really what that means is that there are non-coincidental peaks between the office use and the hotel use, so that there, in some points of the day, there's excess spaces. For example, when the hotel may be busy after 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, the office use is pretty much not active. So the hotel tenants can basically use those spaces. And to do a shared parking analysis, there's accepted methodologies. The principal one is the Urban Land Institute. And basically you look at on a 7-day-a-week basis every hour, and you compare the peaks, and you find that highest period between the two uses, and that's basically what you plan for. I am fairly certain that if someone makes an application for a hotel here, they will have to use the shared parking provisions of the ordinance. That's not atypical for mixed use. And I will just add one thing, Mayor, that we had asked our traffic and parking expert, Mr. Fissinger, to look into this as well. And he had done an evaluation, I think back in February. This may be one of the documents that's on the website in connection with this proposed redevelopment plan. And I believe that he did an initial shared parking analysis, using certain assumptions about the hotel. And I think his conclusion was that there would be sufficient parking. I think there was an over 100 space surplus actually with that analysis. But in any event, if an applicant comes forward with a hotel, they're going to have to demonstrate to the planning board that there's sufficient parking either with or without shared parking. I just believe, based on my own experience, that they will probably take advantage of the shared parking provision.
Okay, very good. Yeah, you asked if I had run the numbers, and yes, we had reviewed those, but I like to ask questions sometimes that I know the answers to in order to educate the public. So I want the public to hear what you had to say there. You mentioned the parking plan that we had Mr. Fissinger do. That is one of the documents on the website. I'm looking at it right now. Actually, I can put this up in front of everybody. There's a redevelopment page that shows 9 documents there. The 9th document is the parking. It's called Parking and Trip Generation Evaluation. So that's up there for public viewing as well. Again, I think that's a preliminary analysis, and a more in-depth analysis will be done at the planning board level. But again, I had a concern about us losing parking spaces and generating more need for parking with a hotel. But it appears that initial plan shows that there is sufficient parking with a little bit of shared parking. So my next question has to do with buffering. You mentioned buffering and lighting, so we'll touch on each of those. We've had a lot of complaints about buffering from the neighbors because parking lights and the building lights have been turned on at 340 Mount Kemble, and they've been dark for seven plus years now. So it's brought a different situation to the neighbors along Frederick Place. So with the buffering, I just want to make clear, and I'll let you speak to it, that there are certain things we can do in the redevelopment plan that we couldn't do if we weren't doing a redevelopment plan. And one of those has to do with buffering requirements. So can you speak to what we can do through this redevelopment plan in requiring new buffering as part of the plan, and what we can do at the township committee level versus what the planning board does?
Yeah, so you're recognizing that there may be new development on this property. And also just for, I know you're aware of this, Mayor, but, and it's in the redevelopment plan, the history of recent approvals. There were a number of applications and approvals over the course of the last 3 years associated with the refurbishing of the office building. And they actually were before the Zoning Board of Adjustment because the initial application required a floor area ratio variance. And as you know, under the municipal land use law, that rises to the level of a D variance, and the zoning board has jurisdiction. There were some changes made in that application to the facade. There were some changes made to what was approved. So the applicant came back and the zoning board retained jurisdiction under that FAR variance. And then once the owner found a tenant for half the space, they came back with some changes involving signage and also, I think, a generator. So there were applications before the planning board. There were public hearings held with regard to the office building. However, if an application is made for a hotel, the redevelopment plan recognizes that the redevelopment area abuts residential properties on Frederick Place, and there's a specific requirement that a landscape buffer shall be provided in order to provide screening. And the buffering requirements basically indicate that it can be retention of existing vegetation, new plantings, or some combination of the above. Fencing is also part of that mix, although chain link fencing is expressly prohibited. And the actual wording, Mayor, in the document is the adequacy of the buffer shall be subject to planning board approval. So the point was to give discretion to the planning board, also understanding, and I think I mentioned this at the prior meeting in answer to a question. So since it's not part of the record anymore, one of the issues out there is I indicated that I've been, on Frederick Place, and depending on the location, the buffering is kind of spotty and different. And some of the understory growth is not in very good shape. So rather than try and put in a particular requirement, we thought it best to give the planning board discretion. This would give the opportunity for neighbors to appear and comment about the buffer, how it specifically affects their property. But I think in answer to your question, the key here is the redevelopment plan anticipates that this, will be an issue in any future application, and that the planning board has jurisdiction over the adequacy of that buffer.
Okay, very good. And then the last thing is, let's touch on the lighting, because the lighting is a concern. As I just mentioned, parking lights and building lights have been turned on at 340 Mount Kemble. It's brought to life the situation that exists there that hasn't been there for 7 or so years. And again, what controls do we have in this redevelopment plan as to lighting and making sure that it's anything that we might do, again, it's just a might do, would minimize the spillage of light onto Frederick Place?
So the redevelopment plan does have a section, Mayor, on lighting. And similar to buffering, there is discretion on the part of the planning board, although there are some guiding principles in the redevelopment plan. And I'm just going to kind of quickly go through them. That fixtures basically should be designed to minimize glare and overhead sky glow, particularly in relation to adjacent properties as well as any public right-of-way. There's a call for light cutoff shields where the fixtures abut residential use or any other location that the planning board deems appropriate. We're requiring use of LED light sources. And there's also a statement that building facade lights shall be incorporated into the overall lighting plan design. So I think that would address the issue that you just raised. And lastly, the fixtures should be of a compatible design and detail. So I think that's covered in the redevelopment plan and gives the planning board enough guidance at the time of a public hearing on a site plan application.
Okay. So to go a little deeper on that, you mentioned the orientation of the hotel, and doing a redevelopment plan allowed us to orient the hotel in such a way that the windows would be facing, I guess, perpendicular or maybe parallel to Frederick Place. In other words, there wouldn't be windows facing Frederick Place. You'd have the end cap of the building facing Frederick Place. One thought that I had is, can we require that there are no windows on that facing, so that basically that end cap is just a wall? Maybe there are some security exits there, fire exits and fire lights for attachments, but there wouldn't be any windows on that end cap that faces Frederick Place. Is that something within our purview here of allowing to require in the plan?
Well, there's nothing in the plan that specifically says that there can be no windows on the end of the building. What I will tell you is that, and I think I shared at the last meeting, that we looked at a couple of potential prototype hotels when we were devising the redevelopment plan standards. And I think in at least one of them, there were no, I don't think there were rooms on that end. I can't say for all the prototypes, but there was sort of stairway access, and there may have been some small windows associated with that, but it wasn't sort of rooms that were on that side facade. So while there's nothing specifically in the redevelopment plan, certainly, it's an issue that, can be brought up and addressed as part of the planning board's review at site plan, but we don't have anything more specific than that.
Okay. And just a reminder, Paul, since you referenced the last meeting, I just want to remind you and everybody else who's here tonight that anything that we said previously is not part of the record. So if there's any points that you do want to make, we have to reiterate them this evening so they're part of the official record. So-
Understood.
Yes. Yeah, that wasn't just meant for you. It's meant for everybody here tonight. So thank you, Paul. I'll cease asking questions now, and we'll loop back to see if I have any follow-on questions. But I am going to turn it over now to Committeewoman Kathy Wilson to ask questions next.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have several questions. I know our focus tonight is on the redevelopment plan that's been proposed for the site, and that the focus of the plan, the sort of centerpiece of the plan, is the hotel. But I will say I do think of this as an opportunity for us to, come together as a community, share with each other all the different questions and comments and suggestions we have about this plan. And the way I think about it, the site as a whole, which to me includes the office building as well as the hotel together. So I think of our goal as being to find ways to bring this property back to life, and restore its economic vitality. It's been idle for 7 years, not good for anyone. And so I think of this process that we're engaged in here, the redevelopment process, as a way for us to, figure out how to accomplish that goal in a way that serves the best interest of all. So I want to just ask for a brief update on some of the, improvements that have already taken place on the office building. I'm not sure if Mr. Phillips knows what's happened. I did look at the redevelopment, the area in need of redevelopment study, page 14. It lists several different recommendations: windows, roof, elevators, the ponds. Has all of that, I know there's been a lot of renovation work going on. Has all of the recommendations for improvements on the office building, have they, to your knowledge, been accomplished?
So I believe that, and it's probably been, Kathy, maybe 2 months or so since I've been out to the site. But the bulk of the work, including the building refurbishment, has been completed. I don't know whether all of the site work is completed, and I know Jim Slate, who's on this Zoom, has been out to the property much more recently, probably within the past week or so. So he should just jump in and comment as well. But just to go back to your original question, that there was a major upgrade to the building, and the estimates on the amount of money that the property owner put into that building is something in the magnitude of about $50 million of investment to modernize it. And there were a whole bunch of things, and I'm not going to go into all of them. They were addressed both at the redevelopment area need a redevelopment hearing as to why that building was sort of outdated. And then during the site plan hearings before the zoning board, they kind of went through all of that. In addition, as you know, there was some site work done. There was additional parking that was added and so forth. There's going to be additional investment in terms of the tenant fit up, where additional monies over and above the number that I just threw out there are being spent to accommodate the tenant on the property. So my understanding is that much of that work is complete, and it's, if not fully complete, it's nearly complete. But Jim should chime in because he's been out there in the last several days.
Yeah, so Jim Slade here, and I can confirm that a majority of the site work, has been completed. The parking lot renovations, the new lighting. There's still some landscaping that remains to be done, and I'm working with the contractor and the building owner to coordinate lighting, lighting hours when the lights are going off, some shielding issues. We're getting kind of to a punch list stage, but a majority of those improvements have been completed.
Thank you. What about I know there used to be 2 or possibly 3 ponds that were in front of the building, and I believe they're removed now. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were some decorative ponds in front of the buildings, and they've been reconfigured. Part of that was turned into an underground detention basin and parking facilities.
Okay, good. That was my question. What happened to the water? There is now an underground detention basin? Is that correct?
That's correct, on a portion of one of those areas.
Okay, and then if you look at the plans in the area in need study, it talks about how difficult, how many amenities in this building are missing. And I'd like to know if you know any update on which amenities have or have not been added. The cafe, the fitness center, coffee bar, all the different things that are mentioned as needed amenities for the site. Do you have any update on the status of those?
I have not been in the building. I know there was discussions on adding that stuff, but the building department's more familiar with the interior and what's been, added to the building.
Okay, one other thing that is mentioned is the recommendation to have a continuously running shuttle bus between the site and I think the train station in downtown Morristown. And I did see that as a recommendation in the area in need study, but I did not see it as a recommendation in the redevelopment plan. And I think that would be a good recommendation to add. Or what, maybe a question, is it already happening? What is the status of that?
I don't know the current status of that, but I know they're gearing up to get the new tenant in there, and that may be something that is more tenant driven with who's coming into the building and where they're going to be going, who's using mass transit, that sort of stuff.
To me, that's an important consideration as you think about the traffic issues that are the site brings up. I think I would prefer that I would suggest that we look at perhaps including such a recommendation in the plan. Also, I know there's been a lot of questions from residents about, the viability of a hotel. Questions have been raised, especially in COVID, the market viability. How is it known that there is a market for a hotel on this site?
Well, I think I'm going to defer back to you on that one.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think it's fairly common knowledge that the hotel industry was sort of devastated by COVID. I mean, I'm aware just based on my own workload that a number of deals for hotels which were in the works, and the hotel market in this section of New Jersey was very active prior to COVID. But as you're well aware, the industry was sort of devastated. But ultimately, there's also talk about what's the future state of the office market. Are companies going to need all this space? Are they going to continue to occupy all the space? Are people going to work at home? Is it going to be hub and spoke as opposed to central headquarters? And I think this is all still playing itself out. And I think everyone has an opinion as to where it's going, but I think ultimately we have to wait for the future to see where it goes exactly. What I will say is that, and I'm also just kind of familiar with this based on my workload, is that post-COVID, some of the older, sort of less competitive hotels have permanently closed. And they're just simply not coming back. It wasn't that, it was a temporary or someone didn't go forward with a deal or a hotel approval. But what I do know is that if there's going to continue to be office parks and they're going to continue to be viable in the future, they're going to need amenities and services. And that was part of this whole mixed use concept and you've heard of the live, work, play, and it could be multifamily with a hotel with other amenities and services and office. That seems to be where the office market is going generally. And also I would say that, and this will come as no surprise to anyone, that newness plays well in the market and helps these projects, the office projects, stay competitive. And here, if this is approved and someone comes forward with a hotel, it would be a new product. And I would just say that I think we can anticipate going forward that the corporate office environment is continue to be competitive even post-COVID. It was competitive prior to COVID. A lot of corporations were leaving. I know a number of office buildings that were just knocked down and converted to multifamily housing. But I think having the hotel amenity is a plus in terms of the long-term viability of these campuses. And the bottom line is that the landowner developer is not going to move forward with an application until there's some arrangement, deal, commitment on the part of a user. So that's also a built-in safeguard as to if and when that occurs. And if we, do this redevelopment plan and it takes some time for the market to turn around, well, there's no harm, no foul, because then the existing office building continues to stay. The property owner has made a major financial and capital investment in the property. There's one major tenant taking half the building. And, again, I don't see a downside to it. I see an upside to it.
Mhm. Yeah, and looking at what appears to be done or in the works for the office building, it looks really good. So anyway, I have a couple of sort of separate questions. One is on the buffers. Coming back to that, I remember on the Abbey there was a provision. I believe it was in the redevelopment agreement and perhaps in the plan. I don't recall, but I like the notion of having some way of having the residents and the developer communicate with each other prior to the public hearing before the planning board. So I would like to suggest that as something for us to consider as we work to finalize, as we work through and share ideas about the redevelopment plan. I thought that worked well, and I think it's a good idea because it's hard to make those kind of decisions in a large group public hearing setting.
Yeah, and certainly nothing prevents you from reaching out to the property owner developer. And certainly if and when there's an application in the works, you can feel free to reach out to the owner developer to see whether they'd be willing to do that.
Okay, I would like something in writing at some portion of this process, either the plan or the redevelopment agreement, if the plan does pass. So I'll just go on record with that comment and we'll see what happens. I know there's also many concerns about traffic, and people are concerned about an increase in volume, and they're also concerned about increasing, different times for the traffic. And one topic that comes to my mind is the hours. So if hours were set, for example, should there be a hotel and there was a bar in the hotel, would the hours of operation be part of the redevelopment plan, or would that be more of a site plan issue?
That's something that you wouldn't normally put that in the redevelopment plan, and certainly the issues of the hours. There's no end user right now, so there's no way to provide some response as to what the anticipated hours are for the hotel user. So I think that's something that's better addressed at the time of the site plan when you have a real live user and the user can answer those questions, because the operator will know what the hours of the hotel are and what the ancillary uses as part of the hotel, and can address all those issues.
Okay, so that could be recommended as a planning board recommendation, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right. And also another issue about phasing, this came up with the Abbey as well. The order, should the project be proposed, the order in which things occur, and the idea that the buffers, it's desirable to have the buffers addressed first. Can we include language like that in the redevelopment plan, or is that for a later step in the process?
I think that's better addressed at the time of site plan. I mean, potentially it could be a condition of approval agreed to by the board and the applicant, as opposed to putting that in the redevelopment plan. I think it's better addressed at site plan and could potentially be a condition of approval.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Thank you, Kathy. So residents just saw Jim Slate appear on the screen for a little bit here. I should have made clear earlier in the meeting that the Township of Morris are conducting our meetings in person with social distancing requirements being observed, and with remote Zoom meeting and telephone calling options from offsite locations due to the ongoing state of public health emergency pursuant to the New Jersey Governor's executive orders, COVID-19, public health concerns, and social distancing requirements. So here in the room tonight are just 5 people: myself, Deputy Mayor Mark Jorphy, Township Administrator Tim Quinn, our engineer, Township Engineer Jim Slate, and Mark Daly from our IT department, who's the technician running the meeting. There are just 5 of us here tonight. Everybody else is participating remotely in this meeting. Okay, so I am going to hand it over now to Deputy Mayor Mark Jorphy for his questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe Mr. Daly is going to be pulling up the screen. Paul, I'm going to go back to my original questions from the last meeting we had, particularly as it relates to the building envelope as mapped out in the redevelopment plan. It is my understanding that of the potential designs that were proposed, I guess, to the TCC, the Technical Coordinating Committee, that it's the committee's sense that the building footprint would actually be smaller than the envelope outlined in the red. My question is, why are we providing for an envelope that is essentially larger than it needs to be based on the prototypes we've seen?
So let me, Mark, go back and try and answer it this way. And there are a couple of exhibits I can put up. So I'm not going to re-explain. I explained earlier this evening sort of what the 3 main goals were in terms of the hotel siting.
Yeah, Paul, do you want to? Paul, sorry, Paul, do you want to pause for a second until we can get the graphic up? Do you want the graphic on the screen?
Yeah. So, yeah, we can wait.
You want it up now, Paul?
Sure, I can.
Is that the right one?
Just the right one.
Just the one, Paul?
Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect. Just leave that like this. So again, as I mentioned, that we established the setback from based on those 3 goals. We established the setback from Mount Kemble Avenue to coincide with the existing southerly limit of the office building. And that's what appeared when you saw figure 3 from the redevelopment plan. So I provided 2 other sort of exhibits just for illustrative purposes to share this evening, Mark. One is that this one shows the imposition of the 175-foot separation requirement between the office building and the hotel. So that immediately shrinks the envelope, as you can see. But if you also, and if you can jump, Mark, to the next one, when you take into account the building orientation requirements, the effective setback actually, is there a second? Do you have a second one?
He's working on it.
Okay.
Not up on the- There you go.
Yeah. So basically, this mirrors, Mark, what we saw in terms of the prototypical hotel layouts. We're basically within this box. And your question's legitimate. Why isn't this box part of the plan? So the reason we didn't want to make this the actual envelope is we wanted to give some level of flexibility, provided those goals were still met and provided that 350-foot setback to the residential stayed in place. What we didn't want is that there might be some sort of tweak in the hotel design to some extent, that, we didn't want to create a situation where there might be variance requests from the get-go. And the other thing to understand is that there are other controls in the redevelopment plan which further limit the building envelope, mostly the height and the floor area requirements. So while with a probably 90-degree of certainty that the building will be within this box, given the setbacks and given the orientation requirements, we thought that to basically provide a slightly greater level of flexibility. There's still limits on the floor area of the building and the height of the building, which haven't changed. That we thought that it was better to just provide a little bit of flexibility. It was consistent with the goals we discussed, and it continues to, we believe, afford the protections to the adjacent residences. There was nothing other than that in terms of why we did what we did. So I think, from our perspective, Mark, you have sort of the full story and rationale.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I definitely think from the aspect of variance requests and things like that, it makes sense. Although I am still somewhat hesitant just about the general size, but I appreciate your thorough background on that. To go to the second question I had, I also asked last meeting, if we have a feeling that the potential hotels would be smaller, since dealing with the maximum occupancy or rooms that are provided as according to the plan. If we have a feeling that they're actually going to be smaller, there's going to be fewer rooms than the 225 maximum as stated in the redevelopment plan. Why don't we lower that ceiling to a more accurate number based on the prototypes we've looked at?
So we looked at 3 prototypes, Mark, that were shared with us by the property owner. They were a Hilton Garden Inn, a Homewood Suites, and then they have a sort of a dual brand combination. And as I recall, that was the largest one. And what we did to come up with the parameters in the redevelopment plan on number of rooms and the limits on meeting rooms and how much square footage for meeting and banquet space, we basically, the redevelopment plan reflects the largest of those prototypes. And indeed, one of those prototypes did provide up to the 225 rooms. I know one of them was 150 and the other one was lesser too. I don't remember the amount offhand. And in fact, the seating on those other prototypes in terms of sort of bar, restaurant seating was much less. I think in one case it was like 60 or 65 spaces only, and the other was under 100. And even the one of them had a meeting rooms, which was no more than a 650 square foot meeting room. These are business hotels. They're not, destination for events and so forth. And even the meeting room space is relatively small. One of them, I think the other one had a maximum of 1,500 square feet. So what we did, Mark, is we used the absolute maximum. And that's why I qualified my comments to say that there's some possibility, even a strong possibility, that it may even be a lower number. But we basically looked at the prototypes and said, this is the maximum. Do we think it can fit consistent with sound planning and, all the parking and everything else? We answered yes to that, and that kind of explains what we did and why we did it.
All right, thank you. Next question I had, again, and I'm glad you brought up, this is a business focused hotel. I've stayed in many of those for work, traveling across the country. I have a concept of, I think, what the design would be in terms of, how it relates to a restaurant or a bar. I know many of these, it's connected to the lobby. It's small. It's more like mostly focused on breakfast for the patrons or dinner if they don't want to go off campus, which is probably something we want to encourage or discourage them to do, is to go off campus so they stay there without causing more traffic. My question is just to confirm that based on those prototypes, the bar or restaurant would be similar to those, like I just stated, where they're really just oriented and geared towards those who are staying on campus, as opposed to being a destination restaurant or bar similar to what you see like at the Parsippany Hilton with Ruth's Chris.
Yeah, that's accurate, Mark. And given these prototypes and others that you mentioned that are similar brands, they typically, and again, because of their small size, and they're really meant for the guests as opposed to the public, it's sort of unlikely that there would be a third-party restaurant operator. I mean, it's not out of the question that it could potentially happen, but I think given the location and the specifications in the redevelopment plan, it's more than likely that any restaurant, lounge, bar area is going to be run by the hotel operator rather than a third party where it would be a destination restaurant. So I absolutely concur with your representation in that regard.
Thank you, Paul. To give more time to the rest of the committee members and members of the public, I'll yield back, but just wanted to point out, before I do so, I definitely echo the comments and concerns by Committeewoman Wilson about the buffering and the phasing, similar to projects we've done in the past. So, Mayor.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to follow up quickly with a couple questions based on Mark's comments, Paul. You talked about a 225 room hotel, and I talked about sufficient parking for such. Could it be possible, if it went to the planning board and they deemed it wasn't going to be able to accommodate parking appropriately, that the hotel might shrink a little bit?
So again,
in order to lessen the parking burden, just to be clear.
Yeah, so going back to our prior colloquy, Jeff, I believe, just based on the number of spaces out there to serve the office, that any applicant for the hotel is more than likely to apply under the shared parking arrangement. And the planning board, and I think the initial analysis that Joe Fishinger did on behalf of the township, I think he assumed the maximum 225, if I'm not mistaken. And, the applicant's going to have to abide by the common accepted methodology of doing shared parking. The planning board is going to have to be satisfied that the parking is adequate. And, with regard to the proposal in terms of the number of rooms, I think if a planning board or planning board member felt that the methodology was not being properly applied, then there might be a basis to say, well, cut the hotel and then we can have a better comfort level on parking. I think that if it's done correctly, I just think that the planning board would be hard pressed to say, we don't think you have enough parking, so cut the number of hotel rooms, if all of the procedures were followed based on standard practice, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
If, for example, you found that through the shared parking that, that they weren't meeting their burden, then you'd have every right to say, you don't have enough parking here. You have to find some way to cut the hotel or some of the ancillary space. But again, if they follow proper procedures, they should be fine. And you'll have the benefit of not just Jim and myself, but you'll have the benefit of Joe Fishinger advising you as a board member on whether or not they have adequate parking. So you'll not only hear from the applicant's professionals, you'll hear from the board professionals as well.
Very good. I wanted to ask that question just so the public would have that knowledge. And just to be clear, Joe Fishinger, whose name has come up several times tonight, he is the township's retained traffic engineer. So he will be testifying before the planning board when that, if and when that time comes. The second follow-up question I wanted to ask from what Mr. Jarpy just asked is regarding the destination destination restaurant. And one thought that I had, and again, I'm not saying that this is anything that I want, I just want to understand it better. In terms of traffic generation, I'm just, thinking in my mind, if there's something in that hotel that's a little bit more than just the typical, hot bagels or cold bagels and fruit kind of restaurant that you see in a lot of these places, that's more of a place where you might want to go for lunch, that it possibly could reduce traffic generation in the office park because people could stay internal to the office park for lunch and not have to go out on the roads to drive to Morristown per se. And that could reduce traffic generation. Is that something the planning board looks at? How might that fold into the process?
So that you bring up an interesting point, and that's commonly referred to, as you indicated, as internal capture, meaning you're capturing the market from within the site. I think that will depend at the time of any prospective hotel application in terms of the specifications of the hotel and the ancillary food services. You'll know who, how big, how much, and then certain assumptions can be made as to whether or not there's the opportunity for that internal capture from among office workers, for example. But that won't be decided or factored into until there's a specific end user and sort of the programmatic requirements, and a little bit more about the nature of the restaurant and whether or not it's even big enough to be geared to satisfy that office market. But it's a legitimate point because it may cut some of that midday traffic from office workers who might otherwise be utilizing the public roads to go to lunch. But we'll have to weigh that at the time of the application.
Yeah, very good. And just one more point about the internal capture, that phrase that you just brought up, just so everybody's clear, part of what you'll see in the traffic report that's on our website that has been referenced by Joe Fishinger. When we talk about a 225 room hotel, and Paul, please correct me if I say anything wrong here, part of the traffic analysis is that there is internal capture from that hotel. It's not the 225 rooms you're driving in and out of that office park every day, but a certain portion of that, a certain portion of the guests that are in the hotel are going to be staying internal to the office park, possibly just walking across the street to visit a client. Is that correct? Can you talk to the internal capture from it? Talk to the internal capture of the hotel?
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, that's the whole point of having the hotel in close proximity to the office buildings, is that you basically have the guests who may be having a meeting at the office building. They simply can walk across, or if they're in one of the office buildings, they could take their car, but they're staying within the confines of the park rather than basically, again, going out into the public street network. That's something that can be taken into account when the traffic studies are taking place, again, at site plan before the planning board.
Very good. Thanks, Paul. So again, I urge everybody in the public to go to our website I mentioned it before, you go to departments, click on land use, then you click on redevelopment, and you will see 9 documents related to Mount Kemble, the Mount Kemble redevelopment. The last document is the traffic study that we were just referencing to. I urge everybody to go look at those 9 documents, including the traffic study, and study up on those a little bit before the next meeting. Okay, with that, I am going to turn it over next to Mr. Mancuso.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I'm sitting here listening to the 3 people who spoke before me, and I think the public probably has a much better idea of what it is that we're contemplating here when it comes to the buffers and the lighting and the parking and the traffic and whether it's a destination site, how many rooms, the phasing in, the windows. I thought that was a very important thing you brought up, Jeff. So I've got a few ancillary questions to those. The restaurant has indicated that they will not do major events, sort of weddings, bar mitzvahs, confirmations, and things like that. Is that something that the planning board at the certain juncture, Paul, has the right, if they come back with a plea or a proposal to change that rule?
Yeah, so good question, Peter. So as you know, the redevelopment plan now has very specific limits on the ancillary space. And that's basically the square footage limit on the number of meeting rooms, or the meeting room in one instance, and also the banquet space. And it's not a lot of space. So I would doubt whether a venue that's basically holding, as I mentioned, large events or like a convention type thing, they would not be able to come in as of right under the current redevelopment plan. Mm-hmm. That wouldn't prevent anyone, potential applicant, for asking for variance relief. The way I just want to look at the redevelopment plan just to make sure I'm correct on this, Peter. Yeah, we've treated all these things under the bulk standards because, as you know, this redevelopment plan does not allow for any applicant to go to the zoning board. There's no jurisdiction to do that. Any change in use or any other D variance would have to come back to you for an amendment to the plan. So there's no ability to go to the zoning board for a D variance, but there is the ability for an applicant to request a variance from the planning board, say that they want to do a banquet room that's greater than 4,500 square feet, which is the limit right now in the plan. They have the right to ask for that. And the board, will consider it, weigh it on the merits, and make a decision whether it, would want to either approve or deny that variance. But that would rest with the planning board, and the applicant would have to apply for that relief.
Yeah. In addition to that, Mark, speaking about the question of 225 hotel rooms, I had that in my thought process too. Let's say there was a decision by the planning board and whatever else to do 150 rooms. Would they then have the option to reapply to the planning board and or the township committee to increase the number of rooms up to the statutory limitation?
I just want to understand your question, Peter. Are you saying that if for some reason the township committee wanted the number of rooms reduced in the redevelopment plan, could a potential applicant come in for a variance to increase that?
Yes.
The short answer is yes.
Oh, yes, always. Mm-hmm. I understand that. You mentioned safeguards and least impact on the neighbors, and I was very, very impressed with the fact of how that was set out, Paul. My number one question is, on the day of reckoning, if we turn the application down, you spoke about it before, but if we turn the application down, what are the options for Onyx at that juncture? I mean, what are the permutations? Where could they go and where would we be at that juncture?
When you say, just again, that I'm clear, Peter, when you say turn the application down, are you suggesting at the planning board level or the
At the
township
level, right.
committee not approving the redevelopment plan?
At the township committee, if we turn the redevelopment plan down.
So if you turn this down,
Mhm.
then basically the underlying zoning stays in place. And Onyx has whatever rights and benefits that it has under the underlying zoning. Although I will tell you that, as I mentioned earlier, because they were before the zoning board, they're basically built out in terms of the allowable FAR on offices.
Yeah.
I mean, they could, request additional relief from a board or, ask the governing body to change the office zoning. I mean, everything's on the table. But the short answer is, if you don't approve it, the existing OL 40 zoning stays in place.
Okay. I guess the thing that bothers me or is on my mind the most, and I sort of saved it for my last question. Is there a potential that if it's turned down at this level, that they could apply to do housing, fair share housing, condominiums, et cetera?
So there's nothing that would prevent the property owner or an applicant from making an application to the zoning board of adjustment for a D variance to, if I hear your hypothesis correctly, to basically provide housing on that site, a portion of it, all of it. There's nothing that would prevent them from doing it. I will say that that's a very high burden of proof for a D1 use variance. And also recognizing, as you well know, Peter, that we have a complying affordable housing plan, at least through 2025,
yes,
when everything's back on the table.
Yeah.
Post 2025, and no one knows, other than I think we're fairly certain that there's going to be another round of obligations, and you'll have to go through that all over again. But short of that, Peter, looking out 4 years, they would have to. The only remedy would be for them to go to the zoning board, where again, I'll just say that the burden is heavy.
Yeah, understand. All right. Following through with Mr. Jorfe's remarks, I'll just limit mine. I'll have more questions later, but I'd like to get as many people done so we can get to the public.
Very good. Thank you for those good questions, Peter. So last, we are going to turn it over to Committeeman Bud Ravitz for his questions.
Thank you, Mayor. And last, but hopefully not least. At any rate, other than a huge sense of deja vu, I'm going to repeat, sort of the questions that I had on our first aborted go around. One of them was answered. Mr. Phillips, thank you so much for the revised footprint picture that you put up. That was a question that was my first question from last time. And I think, looking at that revision of, what is the most likely footprint really changes, because it looks like it almost cuts it in half, aside from the cutout for the 175-foot setback from the building. So I'll take my line of questions in a little bit different direction. The new building that's up there, do we know what the current occupancy rate is as of right now?
Of the existing office building?
The one that's been renovated, yes.
Yeah, so that essentially half that building is being taken by a tenant, CIT.
Mhm.
And my understanding is that, and based on the latest information that I'm aware of, is that there is no tenant yet for the remaining half of the space.
Are they looking to rent that whole half, or are they willing to subdivide to smaller companies? I'm just curious.
I think their intent I think they're looking for a large user, but I don't know whether or not they precluded, subdividing that further. I can't answer that with 100% certainty.
Sure. Did they share with you the Onyx, their projection for the occupancy of the recently renovated building for the next 12 to 24 months? Increasing that rate from 50, let's say, to 100%. Did they have any projections on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I know they've been actively searching for a tenant to take that space, but I don't know what kind of projections, estimates that they have or haven't made.
Okay. One of the questions that I had asked last time, I had asked, what is the revised office space? Again, not the hotel, just the office space. What is the revised office space full occupancy percentage versus when AT&T occupied that site? I realize it was a different building, but when AT&T occupied it, as I recall, it was fully occupied. What is that full occupancy percentage versus what it used to be?
So the building is roughly about 415,000 square feet. And again, my understanding is that AT&T had occupied previously the entire premises. And at least as of the latest information that I've been privy to, is that roughly, and I'm rounding, half of that space is part of the CIT tenant space, and the remaining half is basically, still on the market.
Is the building physically smaller in terms of the number of occupants that can occupy the building, in terms of employees, given the fact that this building will now have amenities that were not there when AT&T, had use of the space?
So one of the things that to try and answer your question is that when the developer came in to the zoning board to do the refurbishing of the building, as well as the work done in the parking lot, they were keeping the same amount of square footage, but essentially they were increasing the number of parking spaces. And that reflects a reversal sort of a trend that had been occurring for years, whereas you were seeing the amount of office space per employee actually increasing over the years, like from the 1980s. But more recently, you were seeing, again, all pre-COVID, open floor plans where there were more employees per square foot. So I don't know the exact number of employees relative to AT&T, but I will tell you that, again, the approvals, which were pre-COVID, took into account the fact that there would be a greater density of employees because they needed that additional parking, which was part of that site plan approval. Now, the wild card, Bud, going forward is post-COVID, with prospective tenants and all this discussion about working at home and hub and spoke. I think we're all still trying to figure out what the employee density is going to be going forward and how it may differ by building or location. I think we all need to see how that plays out, but that's sort of as much as I know and can share with you.
Yeah, no, I realize there's a new paradigm of conducting business, and it's taking shape, but nobody knows what it looks like just yet. And you'll kind of see where I'm going with this, I guess, with the next question. So the maximum occupancy, of the combined office space plus the hotel versus when AT&T occupied it. I think you gave an answer to me last time. I just want to get an understanding what that is, so folks who weren't here, can hear it.
So I can't talk about occupancy of the office building AT&T versus today or if it's fully tenanted, other than what I just described in terms of the trend.
Right.
And the fact that they increased the parking requirement for the same square footage, so you can do that math and logic yourself. The hotel is obviously going to add more activity and occupants to the site. And as I've mentioned on several occasions, I am of the professional opinion that they will need to demonstrate and document through shared parking that there's going to be enough parking to handle that mix of uses on the site relative to what was there, which was strictly office, if I'm understanding where your question is coming from.
So in essence, this is all kind of leading up to the traffic that's coming in and out of the office complex. I'm trying to understand, if we're at occupancy and the hotel is up and running and whatnot, and granted that not every room is going to be rented from Monday to Thursday, because I believe Fridays people go and then they, I guess, return on Sunday evenings for Monday morning meetings, or that's the way it used to be. I'm trying to understand the traffic flow, onto Mount Kemble,
right.
As it might be a typical day,
right.
From what we think it's going to be versus what it used to be.
So I'll do my best. I'm not a traffic engineer, but as part of my profession, I kind of have to understand and interpret the traffic studies. And I did read Mr. Fishinger's report. And again, this will all be, subject to a detailed analysis, assuming this redevelopment plan is adopted and a formal application when you have all the specifics is made to the planning board. But he did a preliminary analysis, and there's really two things to consider. One is sort of the additional volumes that would be added if a hotel is built. That would not only be to the internal roadway, but obviously the public street system. And then the other major factor, which I do not believe that he studied and would be studied, is can the roadway network and specifically the impacted intersections handle it from a level of service standpoint? Those are the key things. And he didn't delve into that at this stage. But what he did do was try and give some order of magnitude, at least for purposes of this hearing on the redevelopment plan. And while I have his report and can give you, I'd have to take a minute to get absolute numbers, but I did a calculation that the hotel would add in all instances, I think, and he focused on AM and PM peaks, which are the critical periods. The hotel would add, I think, in all those scenarios, on average, less than 10% to weekday peaks. It's obviously more on Saturday in terms of the peak because the office isn't operating on Saturday. And there's less office traffic on the public street system on a Saturday. So on a percentage basis, the hotel is adding more, but I think the key is the weekday. It was less than 10%, and I did again a quick averaging count that would amount to about 2 more cars per minute during the peak period, just to give you some order of magnitude as to the additional traffic. But again, this is something that will be done in a lot more detail if and when we get there.
So that's 2 more cars per minute versus what we're seeing today or what we saw maybe 7 years ago.
What he did is he looked at the entire park. What Joe did is he looked at the square footage of the entire park. I think I indicated it's over 1.1 million square feet. And then he did some numbers on trip generation for and I can't remember if he assumed 100% occupancy I think he did, or close to it. And again, this was just order of magnitude. It's not a formal traffic study, but just to give you, some idea. But he did not do level of service, which would be done at the time of a site plan application.
Okay, thank you. One more question and then one more comment. I know that in the brochure that's been out there, there was some talk about outdoor eating space or party space. I did ask this question last time, and I'll ask it again, for the record. Are there any plans right now for any outdoor eating, drinking, party, whatever space?
You're asking in terms of the hotel?
Yes.
Yeah, I have not seen anything to that effect. And my recollection is that when we were looking at the prototypes, I'm not sure there was provision for that, but that's without anything else in hand. It's difficult to answer that until we get a sort of a more formal user and plans.
Gotcha. Okay. And the last comment that I have, and I guess it's going to echo what the mayor, deputy mayor, and Committeewoman Wilson and Committeeman Mancuso had mentioned. I've driven by there. I was pleasantly surprised at the size of the buffer, between the corporate park and Frederick Place. I did see that, a lot of the trees are very mature and creating a lot of open visual lines to the corporate park. And I'm just going to say that, if this goes forward, and I'm sure that between the residents and the planning board, they can come up with some really good solution to make sure that there's no real line of sights from folks' backyards to the corporate park. And with that, I turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ravitz. Just to be clear, you mentioned the phrase last time a couple of times, and I just want to make sure, again, that everybody understands that there was technically no last time. Tonight is the official meeting. And so, Mr. Ravitz, if you have any points that you made at the March 9th meeting, which is not an official record, that you want to put on the record here, ask any additional questions related to what you might have learned on March 9th, could you just want to make sure you have a chance to ask those?
Right. No, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I did ask everything that I wanted to ask and was allowed to ask. That was not on the record, now is.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I just wanted to make that clear for the record. So now we are going to turn it over to the public. Well, let me ask, is there any Township Committee members that have any follow-up questions based on what they've heard so far? Seeing none, we're going to move to public comment. I just want to first ask, we have 5 people here in the room that have been here for 2 hours. Does anybody need a bathroom break, or should we just proceed?
Bathroom
Everybody
break.
good? You vote for a bathroom break, Peter?
Bathroom break, yep. For all of us over 40.
Yes, I'm feeling the same way. So let's just take, it is 8:56 now. Let's take a 4-minute break and we'll return at 9 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Peter back?
We're waiting on Mr. Ravitz.
Good. Okay.
There he is.
Okay, so we're going to call the meeting back to order after our bathroom break. And we're going to turn it over to the public portion. So I want to go over the ground rules that we're going to employ this evening and throughout the rest of the hearing. There are a lot of people out there. Last time I looked, there were 80 members of the public signed on, although there were a couple of duplicate names out there. But there are a lot of people who are attending, and there are going to be a lot of questions tonight. We are going to have 3 rounds of questioning. So if your question doesn't get answered the first time, or if something comes up after you ask your first round of questions, you will have the ability to come back not just 1 time again, but 2 times again. And hopefully after 3 rounds, we will cover all of the questions. Also, in order to expedite the proceedings, we don't want to have, and given the setting of Zoom, it's very difficult to have ongoing conversations between 2 people over Zoom. And in order to get as many people asking questions as possible, we're going to try to group the questions a bit. So people who get up and speak, we ask that you ask your questions, make your statements. You might not get your questions answered because we just want to get a number of questions in, and then we will be turning it over to Paul Phillips, I think, to answer groups of questions at a time. I'll deem when we sort of have enough questions in the queue to do that. If there is a major question that comes up that either I deem or one of the other members of the Township Committee deems is really important, or they want to hear that answer right away, I'll allow any member of the Township Committee to sort of raise their hand or chime in and say, I'd really like to hear that answer right away. And we can turn that over to Paul for an answer. But in general, we're going to try to maybe take a few people at a time before we answer a block of questions in order to expedite things. Each person is going to be limited to 5 minutes on the first round. So again, please, if you have a statement, just be quick with your statement. If you have questions, make sure you have your questions lined up. And I'd ask that you just ask all your questions without expecting a response. And we'll see how that goes. Okay, do you think I covered everything? Any other?
And I'll have cards so they know when they're getting close to the 5 minutes.
Okay, and Mr. Quinn is going to hold up on his box a card that'll show you when, I guess when you have 1 minute left?
1 minute left and 30 seconds.
1 minute left and 30 seconds left. He'll hold up a card so you'll be able to see that on your panel if you're in group view. Okay.
Mayor, before we begin, may I just have a moment?
Yeah, I was going to, okay, go ahead. I'll let you take it from there.
Sure. I don't know if this is the appropriate time or if you want to do this later, but I just want you to know we did receive a letter sometime this afternoon from Robert Simon, an attorney who's representing, it appears to be 9 or 10 neighbors in the area, saying that he'd like to present a witness or witnesses and to provide legal argument and I guess to provide comment and or questions as the public would for Mr. Phillips. So maybe we should hear from him first just to find out what exactly it is he intends to do and try to figure out how best to accommodate that.
Sure, that would be fine. I do not intend to actually have him ask questions first. I really would like to hear from members of the public.
Sure, but maybe we could just have it.
But I agree with you though. Let's ask Rob Simon to unmute and let's just set straight for the record who he's representing, and we'll discuss how we can mutually decide to proceed. Is that okay?
Yeah. I think he should be given the opportunity to enter his appearance and simply tell us what it is he would like to do, and we can figure out what we can do.
Very good. So, Mr. Simon, we are going to unmute you now. Is he unmuted?
Yeah, he's unmuted.
Okay, Rob, Mr. Simon, can you unmute yourself from your end?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Mayor, and the other members of the public, the 80 plus that are here, give or take, when they are speaking, are they going to be able to be seen by members of the Township Committee and other members of the public?
No, we do not have that ability because of the format of the meeting we're using. I've been on a couple of meetings where we've been what's called Zoom bombed, and you never know what's going to happen on the other end. But what we have done, as we had stated publicly, is that we have had a number of residents send us pictures that they would like to show. And so at the end, I'll say it now and I'll repeat it at the end of the meeting. If anybody, including yourself, has any evidence they want to present that they want to put up on the screen, you would send it to administration or clerk? Administration at morristwp.com. Send your documents, your attachments, whatever you want to present, and we will put it up when you speak. So we will have that. Some people did that already. We'll have that available at the next meeting. But to answer your question, no, the format of the meeting does not allow us to put somebody's face up.
Okay, so then for starters, I mean, I'm going to note my objection to that procedure and protocol, but let me first start off by introducing myself and saying good evening, and thank you for acknowledging me in the crowd. So again, my name is Rob Simon. I'm an attorney with Herald Law. I'm here on behalf of various property owners. Let me just give you their names. I believe I wrote a letter this afternoon just formalizing that representation in case there was any issue, but I certainly intended, as I intend right now, just to list the families who I am representing this evening and for this process. I'm representing Haley and Jeffrey Byer, 25 Aspen Way, Michelle and Patrick Larkin, 6 Norwood Court, William Miller, 19 Zamrock Way, Suman and Lauren Chowdhury, 15 Aspen Way, and Claudia and Ken Gustafson, 4 Norwood Court. With regard to the procedure that you outlined, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to respectfully ask that, given the fact that, as was stated, I represent, in essence, 10 property owners, I certainly would like at the appropriate time to be provided their allotted time. So let's say 45, 50 minutes to ask questions. I have many, many questions for Mr. Phillips. And while I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that I think it is appropriate that I not go first and give other members of the public an opportunity to ask questions, I am in favor of that. I would like to have that allotted time, whether at this meeting or at another meeting. I also do have a professional planner, Peter Steck, on behalf of my clients, and I would like to present him probably at the next meeting in consideration of the information that was provided, not just tonight by Mr. Phillips to date, but also any answers to any questions that he may be giving in response to questions from members of the public. So with that, and certainly note my objection to the procedure in that people who are asking questions are not able to be seen by anyone else, but yet this particular witness, Mr. Phillips, and other members of the Township Committee and other witnesses, frankly, are able to be seen. I believe that is unfair, and I do believe that violates the Open Public Meetings Act, as well as the recent directive as promulgated by the New Jersey Administrative Code in September of 2020 with regard to the conduct of meetings. So at this point, assuming that you wish to proceed and not have me ask my questions yet, I will defer to other members of the public, and I look forward to asking my questions when this Township Committee believes it appropriate to do so. Thank you.
Okay, before you mute yourself, Mr. Carlson, do you have any questions for Mr. Simon?
Yeah, Mr. Simon, first of all, if you could send me the authority that you think is that we're running afoul of in proceeding as we are, I'd like to have a look at that.
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
I can't do it now, but I will.
Of course, but if you could do that tomorrow, I would appreciate it.
Well, I don't know. I can't do it tomorrow. I'm going to be traveling tomorrow, but I will get it to you before the next hearing for sure.
Okay, great. Beyond that, I think it's up to the governing body, how they want to proceed with this.
Yes, I did want to ask Mr. Simon, how do you think the public is not being properly represented by being seen on the screen? We're going to identify each person by name and address, and we'll hopefully be able to confirm that by the name that they have on their Zoom listing.
Right.
But why do you think there's a detriment to the public?
Well, I mean, I'll cite it in writing, but if you're putting me on the spot now, I definitely will answer it. And I believe, Mayor, you hit it on the head when you talked about the issues that resulted in the having to cancel the meetings in the past, and more particularly, most recently, when you equated the circumstance with regard to having too many people on the Zoom hearing to having too many people in the room. Well, so what this whole process is supposed to do is best as possible replicate what would happen during a public hearing, a live public hearing. So here we have a number of members of the Township Committee are live in the meeting room with not an opportunity, certainly for the public to be present. They normally would under normal times. And during those normal times, what would happen is that people would be in the audience and they'd be given an opportunity as part of the public portion to get up and ask questions and make statements. And those questions would be asked by people with everyone else in the public, including the township committee members, being able to see them. And certainly, and there's a reason why under the New Jersey Administrative Code, if you're providing sworn testimony, you have to be seen. And it's very, very important so that the public can get a fair shake in terms of consideration of their views, whether they're expressed in public comment or public questions, to have the same standing in essence as other people who are asking questions of the particular witness and the witness themselves for purposes of this public hearing. And I do believe that, again, to answer the question directly, that it is enormously unfair to provide an opportunity for members of the township committee, without any disrespect, of course, to ask questions face-to-face via Zoom to Mr. Phillips, and Mr. Phillips being able to face-to-face respond to those questions, yet you're not providing an opportunity for members of the public to face-to-face ask questions. I will tell you, as a land use attorney and municipal attorney, I've been on probably 100 or more Zoom hearings, public hearings of various sorts in the last year or so since the state of emergency went into effect. And I've never, ever had a circumstance where during any of those hearings that a member of the public who wanted to, was not able to be seen when they asked a question or made a statement as part of a public hearing. Not one. And I do understand that there are circumstances where the public hearings have been conducted via a meeting circumstance or by a seminar circumstance, where during the seminar circumstance, during the beginning of the hearing or during the portion of the hearing, you do not see the members of the public, as opposed to the meeting circumstance where you do see members of the public. But in either event, even in a seminar circumstance, when there's an opportunity and somebody raises their hand and they're given an opportunity to ask a question or make a statement, they are quote unquote let into the Zoom room. At that point, everyone can see them, including the members of the public, including the planning board, the board of adjustment, the township committee, the council, and the witness that they're asking the question of. And at the time they get to make a public statement in a favor or against the application, they are seen. And I believe that it is a disservice to the public. And I'm frankly surprised, and I don't mean any disrespect to anyone here. I'm surprised that you don't have the mechanism to allow that to happen. This is the first time in a year that I've ever heard of that. And that is the honest truth.
Very good. We will take that under advisement. Like I said, I've been part of a meeting where somebody got let in and we didn't know who they were, and we got Zoom bombed by what they showed on their screen. We don't want that to happen here, but I understand your position. Mr. Carlson will take that under advisement and give us counsel prior to the next hearing. But for tonight, we are going to proceed as we had planned. So thank you for that, Mr. Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to start going down the list. Oh, sorry, Mr. Simon. I'll just say it out loud. You had requested some time for a planner, I believe, Mr. Steck. We can allot time for him at the next meeting. We'll talk about a date at the end of this meeting, but we're happy to allow him some time at the next meeting to make a presentation. We have no problem with that. Okay, so who do we have first in the queue?
Pat Larkin's been waiting.
Pat Larkin. And just to also be clear to the public, I've been informed that this kind of proceeding is different than a land use proceeding, where at a land use proceeding, if you are represented by somebody, you actually can ask your own questions. Here, I believe Mr. Larkin is represented by Mr. Simon, but we are allowing individuals as well as who their counsel is to ask questions. I also want to make clear that, as I stated before, the only two people from Township Committee who are here on the dais are myself and Deputy Mayor Mark Jorke. The other three members of the Township Committee are remote. So there is no quorum here in the public room. The quorum is on Zoom, just to make that clear. And that's the reason why there are no people allowed in the meeting room. And okay, with that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Larkin. We're going to ask everybody to give us their name and address, and then we will.
Larkin's represented.
Yes, he's represented, but I was informed that he was still allowed to ask questions, correct?
Mr. Simon wanted his.
Yes, Mr. Simon did want his time, so I'm not sure how we're going to work that, but let's see how, Mr. Larkin, Mr. Simon did request your time, or I'm not sure if it was Mr. or Mrs. Larkin, but you can proceed and let's hear,
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short so that Mr. Simon can speak later. Just opening, guys, I've never seen this before where all of the questions are going to be lumped into categories and then you guys are going to decide how many questions get asked at once. Completely unacceptable. If we were in a room together, that would not be happening. So we have to reconsider that. But let me see if I can just ask a couple of questions here. Mr. Phillips, respectfully, you mentioned that you don't see any downside in a hotel. You don't live in the neighborhood. If you did, I think you might reconsider your position. Let me see if I can just quickly understand the timing here. So in 2017, Onyx purchased the property, correct? I don't know how this format works where you guys don't answer questions, but we'll just keep going. It looks like in 2019, the decision was made to consider a redevelopment zone.
Yes, so just again, ask all your questions. You're trying to limit it to 5 minutes the first round, and Mr. Phillips will answer at appropriate time.
We're going to work on trying to bring people in as participants so they can be seen.
Okay, so we're
going to work on that. Mark is working on that.
Okay, so I am told that we are going to work on bringing participants on. I guess we'll ask if they do want to be seen. Maybe some people don't want to be seen on Zoom, depending on their background. So we will offer that option. So hold on 1 second. Mr. Larkin, would you like to be seen?
Sure, that sounds great.
Okay.
Open my lid here. Okay. So let me just restate the question. So Onyx bought the property in 2017. They owned the property for 2 years. And then in 2019, the township decided that a redevelopment zone was necessary. I'm trying to understand the timing there of why we would need to offer a redevelopment zone 2 years after a purchase to make it what I deem to be more attractive to purchase. Then I'm hearing lots and lots of terms from Mr. Phillips, respectfully, typically, more than likely, I guess, theoretically, it's fairly common knowledge. I have 90 degrees of certainty. It's not out of the question. There's no definitives here, guys. This is in our backyard. Right? We need black and white answers. We need clarity about what's happening here so that all of us, including the Township Committee, can make an informed decision about what's actually going to be built in our backyard. Right? So 90 degrees of certainty is not adequate when you're looking at the thing through your backyard. Okay? I'm trying to understand the timing. Why did we need to offer a redevelopment zone or consider a redevelopment zone 2 years after we had somebody buying the property? Okay, that's the other part I can't kind of square away in my head if we already had a purchase. In my research, Onyx has never developed a hotel in any of their properties before. And frankly, third-party evaluations of the property at 340 say that this is an extremely attractive property without a hotel. So I need to understand, why are people considering that a hotel is absolutely necessary in order for somebody to come in and take half of this property? Because half of it's gone already, right? But now all of a sudden, we need to have somebody else come in, and the only way to get somebody else in here is to build a hotel. So those are really the project or the questions I have. The other question I had is, anything Onyx has bought since 2017 also does not contain a hotel. So if this property requires one in order to lease it out, why do none of the other Onyx properties require a hotel in order to move that property? Thanks for the time.
Okay, so Mr. Larkin, sorry, I forgot to ask you when you first got on. Can you just state for the record your name and official address?
Sorry, yeah, my name is Patrick Larkin, and I'm at 6 Norwood Court.
Very good. Okay, so I'm going to use my discretion. Mr. Larkin. So, Mr. Larkin, we're going to take you off now and get the next person queued up. But given your questions about timing, and I think a number of other people are going to have questions about timing, I'm going to use my discretion and ask you, Mr. Phillips, to address that issue that Mr. Larkin brought up. Paul?
Which issue? I have him down for 4 questions, Mayor.
So he brought up the issue of purchase in 2017, which they purchased it well before 2017. So can you go through the timing again?
Well, sometime after they purchased the property, and it was probably 2018, based on my recollection, they approached the township and met with the TCC and discussed their potential options for the property, as I indicated earlier. I can't tell you why they didn't approach the township in the 2 years between 2016 and 2018. The township and the TCC reacted when Onyx approached them. That's the short and truthful answer.
Yeah. Okay, so sorry about that. I turned off my video so I could ask a question to Mr. Quinn, because my understanding is that they had bought the property, and I think it's in the redevelopment report. I have the page in front of me, back in something like 2010, and they've been paying taxes on it for a very long time, with the property being dormant while they looked for tenants to house in that property. And they did come back with some other ideas in the interim, possibly putting some townhouses there was floated at one point, but lucky for us that we got them to find a tenant. Okay, so we're going to have to do, we'll do a little bit of homework on the timing. Let's turn to the next person. We'll come back and address the timing. So who's next on the list there?
Needham.
Who's that?
It's just W. Needham.
W. Needham. Okay, so why don't you unmute them? And let me ask them first if they want to appear on camera or not. Can you hear us?
Unmute.
I did. They didn't unmute. I asked to unmute. I'm waiting for a response.
So I'm not sure if it's Mr. or Mrs. Needham. You can unmute yourself.
Not responding.
Okay, we don't have a response. So let's move on to the next person. They can get back in the queue.
Next one just says Nancy.
We have somebody named Nancy who's out there. If you want to unmute yourself. And for members of the audience, if you could go into your settings and put in your full name so we could properly address you, that would be really helpful, because there might be a couple of Nancys out there and you're not really sure which one it is. So if we can have at least a last initial for a last name, would be very helpful to distinguish you.
Okay,
So,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, yes.
Okay.
Please state your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Nancy Lennon, and my address is 35 Frederick Place.
Very good. Mrs. Lennon, would you like to appear on camera?
No, I would not.
Okay, very good. That's fine. That's fine with us. I just want to, yes.
No, I appreciate that.
Sometimes it's good not to be in public, yes.
I didn't plan on it, so I don't want to be on.
No, that's fine. That's fine with us. Go ahead.
Yes. So I will have 3 separate comments. My first comment will speak to the marketability of the office buildings in this area. I attended the March 1st phone call that the Economic Development Committee had a representative from the office building market. I will not name the person. And that person specifically said they have no problem getting a tenant for the other half of that building, especially after COVID, because that building has the most amenities in the area. They actually had a tenant for it, and that tenant back backed out because they wanted their own building. Secondly, the Birch Group, who owned 350 and 360 Mount Kemble, just recently, within, I'd say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, bought 3 more buildings in this area. And one of the comments that they made is this is a very well sought after area because of the talent pool in our area, the proximity to Morristown, and the fact that they mentioned in the article that the vacancy rate for office buildings in this specific area is only 3.5%. So if the gentleman that the township brought in to give an overview of office complexes said himself that that is a highly desirable building, they've had a lot of people go through it, they very obviously will get a tenant. And at no mention during that meeting on March 1st, did anyone say anything about the need for a hotel, what tenants would think about a hotel. So I guess that's my main comment with the marketability of the area.
Okay. Do you have any other additional comments?
No, I do have comments, but I'll save them for when we get to those other points. My other comment is just, I guess, with respect to the area where a hotel would be. I just did a Google search and it would be.
Your microphone's a little bit, sorry, Mrs. Lenning, your microphone's a little bit muted right now. Is it blocked?
You'd have to drive 2.5 miles from 100 Southgate Parkway, which is the exit.
Mrs. Lennon, we can't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
No. We heard you just fine before. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened on it. I'll make my comments later.
Okay, I think you just said you'll make some additional comments later. Yeah. I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you there at the end. Okay, thank you. So next in queue, and again, I ask if everybody who can rename themselves to have a first name and last name do so. It makes it much easier for us to identify you. Next in line.
Jennifer Beers.
Jennifer Bears. Veres.
Hello?
Yes. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, this is Jennifer Avers, and we are at 4 Ironwood Road.
Very good. Ms. Avers, would you like to be seen on screen or remain just a voice?
I'm fine being a voice tonight. Thank you for the
Okay.
Okay. Just a quick statement. During the spring 2019 Planning Board's public meeting for 340 Mount Kemble, a number of us from the surrounding neighborhood attended, and it was our understanding when we left that meeting that the redevelopment would be for refurbishments and capital improvements of the existing office buildings and to bring those up to contemporary and competitive standards. There was no discussion, to my recollection, at that public meeting of additional uses, including a hotel that backed up to our neighbors' backyards where they were already suffering from light pollution. Permitting the hotel use in the context of redevelopment now came as a surprise to many of us who attended that meeting and leaves us confused as to what the outcomes of that 2019 public meeting actually were. If this was permittable use under non-conventional redevelopment zoning, we would have liked to have been informed at that time, and then had more opportunity to weigh in to better understand various other uses of the property beyond refurbishing of the existing office buildings and to consider the options for the entire site. If we residents and the Township Board Committee cannot weigh in or stipulate specifics now before redevelopment approval, I unfortunately don't trust that we will have voice or weight in terms of the specifics at a public site plan meeting. And the answers to questions about who sets what parameters thus far seem to land primarily on the developer, and with the planning board only making adjustments if the methodology isn't sound. So this just doesn't engender confidence that adjustments will be made at a later date to address resident concerns. So while I appreciate the reminders on the process and that the planning board would manage the particulars if this moves forward, including buffers and other specs for a hotel, these are incredibly important particulars that impact our neighborhood's quality of life, including property values, safety, and much more. I'm also struck that this is being brought to the public without a clear market study conducted on hotel demand in our area. And given COVID impacts, there's been a little conversation about that tonight, but even some simple statistics on our surrounding hotel occupancy and even national studies on trends, would have again helped us better understand, the nature of this proposal. Moreover, it's important for us to understand traffic and related safety, not only on Mount Kemble, but also Harder and exits off 287, where our families cross busy streets from Darnay across Harder to Delpho Field and other spots. The February traffic study referenced tonight, which I appreciate that's up, it only seems to capture Mount Kemble and not those other key intersections. So internal capture, as you've described, may help us as neighbors, sure, but a somewhat larger kind of zoom out of traffic and volume, especially with a new nearby Harding development underway, is really important. So anyhow, just to close, as the redevelopment stands now, our family is opposed, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before you go, you referenced the 2019 meeting. Just for the record, are you talking about a meeting before the Township Committee or the Planning Board, or just can you be specific about that?
Sure, we were, it was of the Planning Board. It was the spring of 2019. My neighbors may be able to reference the exact date.
Mm-hmm.
But it was
okay.
The last public meeting that I understood that the public was allowed to have public comment, and it was about the redevelopment zone, the zoning to include what we understood would be those refurbishments of the existing office building footprint.
Okay, very good. And just, I know you referenced pedestrian accessibility to Delphi Field and around the neighborhood. That is very important to the Township Committee. We have established a Transportation Advisory Committee, which looks at walkability and bikeability and other aspects of our municipality. So those comments are really important. And you also referenced, and this is for everybody, not just for you, you referenced an issue about trusting the process. And I totally understand from your end that there has to be a level of trust that the planning board will do the right thing. But with that said, I think the Township Committee would very much like to hear from residents as to what types of things they would be looking for to make them feel more comfortable with it. What types of buffering, what issues with the lighting. We want to hear your ideas. We want to hear the concerns so that we can properly address them at this phase. So if people can get a little bit more specific, I think I personally would like to hear that, and I think other members of the Township Committee would like to hear that as we proceed. So if there are more specific things you'd like to add, I'd like to allow you to do that right now, or you can come back next time.
Well,
is there anything else, Jennifer, you'd like to add?
Oh, sure. Not at this time, but thank you for that opportunity. But would be, it would be good for us as neighbors to have that platform. So thank you.
Very good. So again, there are going to be 3 rounds of questions. So you're welcome back, Ms. Sabers, to ask a question on the second or third round if you'd like. But thank you for your comments. Next on the list, Mark?
Annalise Rush.
Annalise Rush. Can you unmute yourself and state your name and address?
Yes. Annalise Rush, 10 Frederick Place.
Okay, Mrs. Rush, would you like to appear on screen or would you like to just remain voice only?
I can appear on screen. That's fine.
Okay. We're going to elevate you. Just give us 1 second. We can't see you yet.
You should see.
Oh, there we go. There we go. We see you now. Very good. Nice to see you this evening, Mrs. Rush.
She muted. She was there. It's,
What happened now? Did you turn your video off?
There you go.
There we go. We see you. Can you hear us, Mrs.
Okay.
Rush?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. Go ahead.
Okay, so I would start by saying that I can echo Jennifer Aver's comments. I was one of the other residents at that meeting in 2019 and was also surprised now in current day that nothing was mentioned at the meeting about the hotel being a consideration. So I would ask why, it wasn't brought up at that meeting. That's my first question. My second question is really the validity and feasibility of having a hotel built not only during a pandemic, but within a 10-mile radius of the Hyatt, the Westin, the Best Western, the Old Mill Inn, and the Bernardsville Inn, many of whom have stated that their occupancy rates were nowhere near full capacity before the pandemic. So my question would be, was a feasibility study done to determine, and I think this also dovetails a little bit on what Jen Avers was saying, but more locally as to whether or not this area can really sustain a new hotel. Because if it can't, then this building is going to be an empty behemoth like it is right now in another few years after all the effort and time was put into putting in this hotel. So I don't really understand how this is a viable option in this environment. So I'm hoping I can get an answer to those two questions. And then I have one more. Let me just check my notes. And then my last one would just be, I would think that, again, coming out of the pandemic, which we all hope is ending soon, that we'd really want to get the existing hotel market back on its feet with the neighboring businesses that I've already mentioned, some of whom are in Morristown, not Morris Township, but in Morristown, that they'd want to get back on their feet and be at full capacity so they can generate the environment and the local market more instead of bringing in another player to diminish from those existing businesses. So that's my three-part question for the Township Committee.
Okay, very good. So I want Mr. Phillips to address one thing out of those. And just so everybody understands, Mr. Phillips is writing down all of the questions to address at a certain point in the meeting. But one thing that Mrs. Rush just brought up, Paul, that I want you to address is what happens if the market is a failure and the office market crashes, people stay at work at home more, that kind of scenario, and the hotel it becomes unviable in that space. In that scenario, what would happen to the building?
That involves speculation on my or anyone else's part, Jeff, that what happens if the office tenant leaves? It's you'd have to revisit the entire property at some point. I would assume both the owner and the township to see, what could be done to bring that back to a productive state. It's very hard to answer that question in a vacuum.
Right, and I understand that, but I just feel like a hotel is very likely not going to succeed. I think it's much more likely to be a failure than a lot of other business ideas or than maybe an office tenant. I feel like we're already starting behind the 8 ball with a hotel. And yes, we can't predict the future. And yes, it's hard to decide what we're going to do if this happens, but it has to be a very, very real consideration of the committee, knowing what we know about these surrounding 5 hotels that I just listed and their occupancy rates before the pandemic when times were great. What's going to happen now when people aren't traveling and they're not going to be traveling?
Mm-hmm.
And people and businesses have already noted that they're going to have far less travel going forward because they've learned that they can do so much on Zoom and save money.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Rush. So your 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
You're welcome to come back again for a second round, as I've said with everybody else. So I'll address one thing, Paul. I just want to make sure that you've muted Mrs. Rush now. So just want to make clear that, you know, when we have land use applications in Morris Township or in any town, just to be clear, a developer can propose anything that they want, literally anything that they want. If the developer wanted to propose an amusement park at 340 Mount Kemble, and they wanted to pay the money to appear before the planning board or the board of adjustment based on their proposal, they could do that. We have a proposal for a hotel. We understand the concerns about the viability of a hotel, and we will be speaking to that. But just so everybody understands, a landowner has the right to propose. And Paul, correct me if I'm wrong. The landowner has the right to propose anything that they want on their land. You're muted, Paul. You got to unmute.
Let me put that into two answers, Jeff. A landowner certainly has the ability to develop the property in accordance with the underlying zoning or redevelopment plan standards. If the developer wants to develop for something that's not part of zoning or redevelopment plan, then they have other remedies to seek. One of which is to go to the zoning board. Another is to approach the governing body and seek a rezoning or a redevelopment plan amendment. And certainly the governing body is under no obligation to grant that. And certainly the zoning board is a quasi judicial board under the statute, has the ability to hear any D-variance application.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so Paul, you're writing down some of these other questions as we go along. You'll answer them at the appropriate time, but we're gonna turn it over to the next resident.
This is William Miller.
William Miller.
He's also represented.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
And first state your name and address, please.
William Miller, 19 Zamrock, Morris Township.
Very good. And would you like to appear on screen or would you like to remain voice only?
If there's no charge to be on TV, put me on.
Okay. You'll get your 5 minutes of fame. Huh. I just want to remind you that you are represented by counsel. So I know Mr. Simon had wanted to take some of your time, but please go ahead and you have the right to speak. So please ask your questions or make your statements.
His video isn't turned on.
Your video is not turned on. We don't see you yet.
It's not there. It's not represented by video. So it doesn't have to be turned on. Yeah, video available.
Mr. Miller, you're still there?
You got no audio. Here you go. It's one.
Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Do you have, can you turn on your video? Because we only see your name.
Hold on. Now you should be asked to turn it on.
There we go. Now we can see you.
Great. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I have it's 4 minutes and 55 seconds, so I'm just going to rip right through it. The following are excerpts taken from a document called the Planning Guide. It's a document prepared and adopted by the American Planners Association, the New Jersey chapter. It's going to be known as the APA NJ going forward for my 5 minutes. Paul Phillips is a member of this association, is most likely familiar with its principles. I'm quoting from that document. This document discusses the need for improved redevelopment planning, key redevelopment planning concepts, and a list of policies. APA New Jersey will use this policy guide as a means to substantiate its position on redevelopment planning in New Jersey. Our chapter advocates the following opinions and positions. 1, redevelopment is not just constructing buildings. It ensures that residents of a community are empowered to improve their quality of life and environment as a result of sound planning practices. 2, an important component that contributes to the success of redevelopment, which is sometimes overlooked, is the presence of human capital. The fabric of a community is more a function of its residents than of the bricks and mortars. 3, APA New Jersey encourages local government and redevelopers to increase their levels of outreach and engagement efforts as a way to ensure public involvement throughout the redevelopment planning process. 4, establish a community meeting requirement in plans in addition to the public meeting requirement. Number 5, solicit input about neighborhood redevelopment projects from residents and stakeholders at community meetings in addition to planning board meetings. 6, ensure that plans address the needs of the existing population. 7, organize and convene forums to discuss quality of life issues with residents and stakeholders. Findings should be documented and shared with proposed redevelopers. 8, a progressive community engagement campaign should be required in order to address the residents, investors, patrons, and stakeholders of a targeted community. Results from these meetings should be included in each redevelopment plan as a way to substantiate the design, regulations, and recommendations identified in the plan. Communication to the impacted community is critical, and to do so early and often. Receiving feedback from the community and including community representation in the planning process can smooth a potentially rocky process. Working with the community often fosters a positive working relationship with them, rather than an adversarial or confrontational relationship. When a community feels that something is being hidden from it, more often than not, it reacts negatively to redevelopment. And that's the end of the quote from that document. That 19-page document references the importance of community involvement in the redevelopment process 16 times. Clearly, this large organization of planners understands the importance of consulting potentially affected residents during the redevelopment process. What about our local leaders? What are their positions and opinions on community involvement? The following was transcribed from Mayor Graysel's comments during an educational session video in March of 2019, and I quote, "One of the things I talked about when I ran for election is community involvement, educating the community, making sure they know everything that's going on, being transparent, and getting residential input when we need to make decisions," end quote. And then from Kathy Wilson's email just about a month ago, quote, "Please know how much all of us on Township Committee value clear, honest, transparent communication," end her quote. With everyone from the American Planners Association to our own Township Committee members agreeing and acknowledging of the importance of community input during the critical planning stage, why did the Township Committee neglect to include the public in the planning process? Why did the Township Committee choose to conduct the planning process in a vacuum, neglecting and foregoing the valuable input of the neighbors? What a disappointment to learn that we, the people who will be directly affected by the redevelopment plan, should have had the opportunity to share our ideas and suggestions for alternative uses and to help shape an acceptable redevelopment plan, except that our leaders chose to keep the process secret and one-sided. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not too late. We respectfully request the board members vote no to the redevelopment plan as currently proposed, and to immediately thereafter establish a community liaison team made up of Township Committee members, planning professionals, and citizen representatives. The redevelopment planning process must be open and transparent and provide for public input at the beginning of the process right through to the creation of the final plan. If the words and pledges spoken by you, Mr. Mayor, and by each of our elected officials are to be trusted, this board must acknowledge the redevelopment planning process was flawed. The process was not transparent. It did not involve any community input. Therefore, the process did not live up to the promises of our mayor and elected officials. We ask you to vote no, and let's get started immediately with a fair, honest, and all-inclusive planning process. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so just not to engage in dialogue, but just to make a comment on what Mr. Miller says, a couple things about the transparency of the process. The Township Committee for the first time saw a draft of this plan in December of 2019. We did not see a draft of the plan prior to that. The final plan was published in January of, we saw a plan in December of 2020, and it was formally published in January of 2021. So and we were going to hold our first meeting in February of 2021 of this year. So there's nothing that went on behind the scenes. The developer worked with our engineering technical coordinating committee putting together plans. But this is, the public hearing where the township committee decides what they want to do. The township committee has not deliberated this behind closed doors or previously with the developer in any way. We are here tonight and at the next hearing to deliberate the merits of this application. So just to make that clear. And in terms of involving the public, this is what involving the public is what tonight is about. It's why we committed, the township committee committed not to make a decision at their first meeting. We didn't want to be one night and everybody felt like they couldn't be heard. We are committed to holding a second meeting in order to make sure that we hear from every member of the public. Clearly, we're not going to get through everybody tonight, so we are going to have a need for a second meeting. There's going to be additional dialogue. People have been emailing us all along the way. Our email addresses are available online. Mr. Miller's been emailing me a couple times. So I just want to set the record straight on that. We are committed to public participation. We are committed to public dialogue. We are committed to hearing from every single resident who wants to be heard on this project. Do you want to add?
Mayor, can I have a comment, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And I totally agree with Mr. Miller. And I think as part of this process, as you just described, the township has gone out of its way to go beyond the legal requirements in terms of notice as well, in terms of mailing beyond the 200-foot statutory obligations to make sure all of the neighbors get ample and adequate notice. We've also worked on trying to improve the amount of communications we provide on our township website, including a frequently asked questions document, which we haven't done before, to try to get as much information out before this meeting happens so folks have more background to digest and ask questions for and be prepared for this meeting. I probably speak for all the members. I'm happy to meet with any members of the public or our neighbors who live there. If they want us to come, have private meetings or see their property, we're always happy to do that. It's just a matter of time. And I just echo your comments that we're all committed to try to be as transparent as possible. And we've made some pretty important steps, I think, we've taken in the past few years to try to improve that.
Yep.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, just let me clarify Mr. Jorfe's comments to say that there is no mail notice required for this proceeding, but nonetheless, I believe this governing body instructed that notice by mail be sent not only to those that would normally receive notice of a planning board application, that being the 200 feet, but I believe went even beyond that.
Yes. Thank you for that, Mr. Carlson. And just one more point, Mr. Fissinger's traffic report that was mentioned earlier, that typically happens at the planning board level, but it is something that the township committee had requested in addition in order to make proper deliberations. So we requested that report be made in addition to not just the redevelopment plan. So in that report, you can see the date of that report, I think, is in February of 2021. So again, we are taking steps to do proper analysis. We've posted that to the website. We are trying to be as inclusive and transparent as possible. And this process really did just begin. So with that said, let's move on to the next resident.
Michelle Mead.
Michelle Mead. Ms.
Hello.
Mead, yes, we can hear you. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Michelle Mead, 39 Frederick Place.
Very good. And would you like to appear on camera or remain voice only?
I'll be voice only tonight.
Okay, very good. That's fine. Go ahead.
I'm going to focus on the redevelopment plan, but I don't want that to be taken as support for the plan. I'm doing that because if the plan is approved by the township committee at this level, it will go to the planning board and the die will be cast. So I'm going to focus on the details of the redevelopment plan. This property is directly behind my house. And from the neighbor's perspective, the 3 lots that comprise this office park, so 340, which is the subject here, but also the 350, 360 buildings and the 412 Mount Kemble Avenue, it's really one big property to us. It all looks the same, has same entrances. It's all internally connected, as you all are aware. From inside my house, not just at my property line, I can see the closest building at 340 Mount Kemble. I can also see 360 and 350 Mount Kemble. And what's probably most surprising is I can clearly see 412, which is at the far western section of the building, for the far western section of this office park. I can not only see the bulk of 412's building, I can see the cars that drive by coming in and out of Mount Kemble. Clearly see the cars, the lights of the cars, etc. That's about, my estimation, about 12 to 1,500 feet from my property line. So the hotel would be substantially closer at about 350 feet from the property line. So it's 350 sounds like a big number when it's not behind your home and when it's not a 4-story building that's 130,000 square feet. That's already at an elevation higher than your property, and it will be looking down into my backyard. This building, because of its bulk, will be blocking natural light to the residences in my area. It'll be blocking sunsets. It'll be adding noise. It'll be adding artificial light into the night sky. And of course, as we know, a hotel is a 24/7 operation. The township committee members have focused a lot of their comments on the buffer, and that's much appreciated. I'm curious, though, as to why so much of the buffer is left unspoken. The redevelopment plan has a lot of specifics with regard to the hotel, gives them a lot of rights about how many stories, the square footage, the number of rooms, the restaurant, banquet spaces, etc. But it's very loose on specifics when it comes to protecting the residents, which the plan wants to do and which the township committee members have tonight expressed a desire to do. So I wonder why, there's not a specific buffer determined by the redevelopment plan. The planning board could determine that a single row of trees is a sufficient buffer. They could determine, in accordance with the plan, that the existing sparse trees are a sufficient buffer. There's really no protection for the residents, and we really need to rely on the township committee to protect us with regard to that buffer. There's an existing 40-foot drainage easement between 340, the side of 340, and the rear property along Frederick Place. This appears to be the buffer that everybody's talking about. It's actually a 40-foot wide drainage easement. In my estimation, this should not be used as the buffer for the hotel. This is a, quote, drainage easement. It's not a buffer. There are trees in it, as sparse as they may be. But that is created from the existing conditions on the property. So any buffering that's going to buffer a new development on this site should be above and beyond something that's already in existence. So I would propose and ask the township committee to consider having a separate buffer area that's determined, at least at a minimum. You have the minimum criteria for all of the hotel amenities, but there's nothing to protect the residents. Now, hopefully the planning board would make good decisions, but I really don't want to have to rely on that. In addition, the placement of the hotel should be as far west as possible because there is no intrusion on residential properties. If the hotel is pushed as far west, there's much less intrusion. So even the orientation of the hotel, while I appreciate the side elevation would be facing Frederick Place, that also pushes the whole property closer to us. And there might be a configuration that could be done that pushes it far west as possible up to the road that goes between 412 and 340. One other thing I just want to mention too, and I see my time is running out, is how will this plan minimize the visual impacts such as the overhead sky glow and glare, building lights, car lights, noise, etc. There's cumulative impacts of these things. It's not just the hotel. It's not just the office building at 340. The planning board cannot address the cumulative impacts of all 4 of those buildings. And so we need the township committee to be the ones to protect us from the cumulative impacts of all of those elements, because the planning board can only address the single application, which will be for a hotel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mead. Appreciate the comments. And she does bring up a very interesting point about the buffer. Maybe there should be a dedicated space in the plan for a buffer. We can talk about that later, but that's just one thought that comes to mind for everybody to think about. Okay, Mr. Daly, who's next in the queue?
Okay, we have W. Needham.
W. Needham. Yes, they were in the queue before, but we couldn't hear them. W. Needham.
Hi, I apologize. I was kicked off earlier. My name is William Needham, currently 419 Mount Kemble, directly across.
Very good. Go ahead, right across. Sorry, right across. I interrupted you. Sorry.
It's quite all right. Right across the street from Mount Kemble. I recently.
Mr. Needham, I just want to first ask you, do you want to appear on camera, or are you happy to be voice only?
I've recently spent the last few days moving in the Morris Township, so I would much appreciate not seeing an unshaven face on tonight's camera.
No problem. Are you a new resident of Morris Township?
I am, but very familiar with the happenings in your township. As I stay, recently came from Morristown and were very involved in the happenings in that town. I recently purchased a property across the street from 419 across from this proposed property site. And I just want to say that I do appreciate, and I know that there is some contention back and forth as to how this meeting is being run and proposed. And under the current circumstances, I think all of you are doing a very good job of trying to present this to the public and give everybody an opportunity to be heard. It's the process is very different in Morristown, unfortunately, and they don't allow you to have such allow the public to have such an in-depth and involved conversation on different proposed sites. And so for that, I appreciate all of you guys and your time. I do just want to say, and I'll keep it very brief, I personally am in favor of this type of project. I think that since this property overlooks the proposed lot of this office building, any attempt to dress up an aging type office park structure, which I'd imagine we all can agree is somewhat of an ancient kind of idea for how modern business is going to continue to take place. The idea here that this will ultimately be a destination point, even though I know that you all have hesitated to attempt to use that or trying to wash down that type of language for this hotel and proposed restaurant establishment that would go inside of it for business travelers. I do know that this is one way that it will ultimately help the property maintain newer businesses, which will generate revenue into this township. It's a way of keeping it alive. I think that you can see that with a type of project in New York City with the business around the country. Actually, now WeWork. It's something that when there's multiple opportunity to draw into a certain area, creativity tends to follow it. And so by attempting to wash down or set a low bar for the developer on that type of proposal, I think is just an overall miss. And I would, ask that the consideration be made that, though I do sympathize with the homeowners on the lower side of this proposed property there, Frederick, and even on the backside, which really kind of mostly butts up to 287. I would really say that there's so much that can be done to block in any potential obstruction to the quality of life on that side of the property. And it really just falls on the planning board and ultimately a town committee to hold the developer accountable, which it seems I would imagine they'd be more than willing to accommodate an overdone type of boundary, so that there really is limited obstruction to the quality of life for those residents on that side. Personally, I find this to be a fantastic use of the space in the back. I think that when it comes to the bar restaurant, I really would, as I said before, would hope that the committee and the planning board promote that this doesn't have to be some sort of destination point, but something where it's attractive enough that brings people to this section of town, only for the simple fact that it'll create jobs, it creates excitement, it creates entertainment. And the reality is that you have ultimately a dead property here. I mean, it's a shame that, you know, it is here in its capacity, and something like this type of project ultimately opens it up to maybe pivot into something that really can become a benefit for the community. I think, and again, it falls on all of you to, you know, really examine how best to do that. And whereas you guys are in a very difficult position of having to juggle, you know, pretty much everybody's emotion on this, it really is a great opportunity for the township to pick up some sort of excitement in an area that really would generate none at all. Like I said before, I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you very much. I think all of you coming from Morristown, I know I've spoken to a few of you personally, most recently, and I just want to tell you it's a very much appreciated relief to come into a township where there are professionals involved in the local government. You guys have set yourself way ahead of Morristown. Thank you for the time.
Very good. Thank you. And I'm glad we have the session recorded so I can take that clip and share it in the future, because we really do really do try hard to make this an open and an open process with a lot of dialogue, and it is very much different than I think you see in a lot of other towns. So even though this might be your first experience at this, we do try to have a better process than anybody else. We strive to be best in class here in Morris Township in a lot of respects. Okay, so you can queue up the next person. I just want to make one comment, which we didn't address earlier in our comments. One consideration for the Township Committee in this site is we have to balance the good of the entire community, and part of that is our tax base, and keeping a healthy tax base is very important for the Township Committee, as we have to balance our budget every year. And it's not that we're looking at the hotel per se as a standalone entity, but the role that it plays in stabilizing the office park is really important, because in Morris Township we have a very healthy balance between residential ratables and commercial ratables. We have a better balance than other towns have. And when you have more of a reliance on just a handful of commercial properties, it makes budgeting very hard when one of those commercial properties might go south. So for us to stabilize the office park with the hotel, that makes it more attractive for businesses to stay there, as Mr. Needham was just referring to, is just one of the considerations that we have to make here for the overall financial health of the community. I just wanted to throw that in there. Okay, Mr. Daly, who's next?
Rosemary Gilmore.
Rosemary Gilmartin. Mrs. Gilmartin, can you hear? She unmuted now?
That's okay. I'm trying to unmute, but
Rosemary, can you unmute yourself on your end?
she goes right to panelist, so I'm gonna let it go. For some reason, she's going right through.
Rosemary, you're actually appearing on screen. Do you mind that?
No, that's fine. That's great.
Very good. So can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Rosemary Gilmartin, 37 Frederick Place.
Very good. Good evening.
Good evening. I have a few points. Just I wanted to address some of the comments that have been made about the lights and how with AT&T not having been here so long and there being no lights, I think Mr. Phillips mentioned that now it's like a real adjustment to getting the lights. Well, I've lived here almost 40 years, so I know what the lights look like. And the change is that the building before, while I agree it needed renovations, had black windows, and most of the windows were recessed. And as we all know, we were actually trying very hard to not waste energy. So one, you could barely see the lights at night, and two, they turned the lights out at night to try to save energy. Now the windows are all very large, clear glass, which is great for getting light into the building, not so great for living next to the building. And the other thing is that they're on all night. And so it's not an occasional problem, it's a nightly problem. I have some pictures, which I know you have, but I think I'm going to go to my questions first, and then we'll show the pictures at the end.
Okay, yeah, we have the pictures ready if you'd like us to put those up.
Well, I want to make sure I get these points in, so if we could show the pictures and I'll explain what they are later, that's great.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, wait more.
Yeah, we'll let you ask your questions first. Go ahead.
I just didn't want to run out of time.
Yeah,
The
that's
other
fine.
thing is the parking lot lights. I know that you guys have been great coming over here because I'm sending my text at 2:00 in the morning. It looks like it's a night game. I mean, a whole night game, but no people. And it's incredibly, incredibly upsetting. And we're all talking about the hotel, the new building, the buildings down at the other end. Some of these pictures you're going to see, if you stood on the outside of your house in the middle of the night, you would be lit up like there were giant beams coming at you. This is not a little issue. This is not something that a few trees are going to fix. Point number two, I understand, and I think it's great that you hope for smaller hotels after your discussions. And I know you want to raise money. I turned 70 this year. This house is my investment. Just like all of you and the lovely gentleman that just bought his $1 million plus house, this is our home. This is our retirement plan. And we have put a second floor in, we've renovated, we've done landscaping. We love Morris Township. You are changing the quality of our life, and you are absolutely impacting. And I've had 2 real estate agents out here. You have absolutely impacted the value of my home. And I appreciate you're not here. And I appreciate that this guy thinks it's a great idea to have restaurants and stuff. But I bet if we built this building right across the street from the house he just built, you'd get a different story. Onyx tends to flip their properties. If you follow their whole history, they do. They buy them, they fix them up, they make them gorgeous, and they flip them. They are not going to be the long-term owners of this. So if you make this ruling that like Paul said, let's make it, what's the worst case scenario? I believe in believing the worst case scenario can happen. And if they flip this building and someone buys it and they turn around and let's say Marriott, because we're Marriott people, we love Marriott. Let's say Marriott decides to buy this building, all right? And not the giant one, but a good sized building. The very fact that you put, what are you calling it? A banquet room, a 4,500 square foot banquet room. You're all talking about this like this is small. A 3,500 banquet room at the Hanover Marriott, and who here has not been to an event at Hanover Marriott, seats 300 people. A 5,000 square foot banquet room at Marriott, a Hanover Marriott, seats 510 people. So if the new people buy it and say, hey, we can go all to the limits of what you've said, then in fact, you've created a huge issue for us. If you mean what you say, that you want it to be a little building, it's going to be really sweet, then design that building. 30 seconds. All right. Thanks, Tim. And then point 3, buffering. Parking lot is already half a story above my house. All right. And if you put a 4-story building 350 feet from our yard or Michelle's yard or Nancy's yard or all the people on this side of the street, you've now to effect got a 4.5-story building. This is not what it belongs next door to a residential area. All right, Tim, I'm sure we're done. Are you going to put the pictures up?
Next time.
Excuse me?
You have your 5 minutes.
I know, but you said you'd put the pictures up.
Okay, well, we'll show one of the pictures so people know what you're talking about. I think all the township committee has driven by it at night and the evening, and at night to see those lights.
Oh, no, let's pick this one over here. The one that shows you what the building looks like. To the left, image 1.
Yeah, the one all the way to the left.
That's one of our other neighbors. That's not even us. I'll show the rest of them later.
See it there now?
Hello, that's looking out your back window.
Yep.
All right,
Correct.
thank you for the time. I will come back and do it later and finish the pictures.
Very good. So, Mark, can you unmute the public for a moment?
Fourth one down, Mark.
Okay,
Very good. And who's the W?
it's her, it's going.
I think the W is somebody else. Is that Mr. Needham?
Miller.
Mr. Miller?
Miller Slatter?
William Needham.
He's not on here though.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So just to address one thing that Ms. Martin said, the condition at the office building, while it is part of the property and a related issue, they are separate and related issues. Just so everybody understands with the lights, yes, the lights right now are very bad. From what I understand, they are constructing through the night in that building. There are office workers there, which is why the building is lit up at night. We are trying to get a better understanding from the developer, from Onyx, if there's ways to turn off the lights in the middle of the night, shield the lights in the middle of the night. We've reached out to them a number of times because we can understand how it looks to you guys. It's not clear to us whether that's going to be the ongoing condition once the building is occupied, and if we have the right to require lights to be turned off in the middle of the night. So the condition you see today may or may not be what the future conditions are. And part of what we need to do at the township committee level is to find out from the developer what they foresee the conditions are going to be going forward. But the picture that you saw is representative of what's happening currently. And there's a tremendous amount of light spillage onto Frederick Place. And we all acknowledge that. And it's quite frankly unacceptable for at least me, the conditions that we're seeing right now. So we're going to work with the developer and see what we can do on that front. Okay. It is 10:18. We're going to try to get a couple more residents in before I turn it over to Paul to wrap up with some comments, and then we'll reconvene on another day. So who's next in the queue?
Dan Riff.
Dan who?
Riff.
Riff.
IFF.
Dan Riff. RIFF.
Yes.
If you could unmute yourself.
Hi. Yeah, this is Dan Riff. I don't have to be shown on video. 7 Ironwood, Morris Township.
Very good. Good evening.
So you just mentioned something that the light spillage is unacceptable. And there's been it seems like you've talked to Onyx and they haven't had any ways to improve it. So you're basically asking the residents to trust that Onyx in this plan will do the right thing. But Mr. Phillips constantly says, we'll not do anything for the residents, make the hotel smaller. Well, we want it to be max size, just in case, because it basically seems the plan is all for the developer, not for the residents. Secondly, you mentioned the tax base. What's the actual having a hotel there? What does that do for the township? How much, extra income does that bring in for the town? Another point, Birch Group, I think, was mentioned. They bought properties in Morris Township, and they have 96% occupancy. What's the chances that this gets passed, a hotel gets put in, and they come to the board wanting to make changes, rezoning the property that they have? So it's kind of like moral hazard. You allow one thing, the property was designed for one thing, you change it. So why wouldn't the other people in that business park come to you guys requesting changes? And lastly, I think Mr. Goife mentioned that the hotel, he travels to business hotels like this, most of the time they're Monday through Thursday. But most of these hotels have wedding room blocks that they make a lot of money off of. So even if there's no banquet hall that they can host a wedding, the hotel will be used on the weekends. And if there's outdoor space, a lot of times the bar closes at 2 and people go after a wedding will hang out outside. So that's more noise pollution for the residents. So just a couple of comments from me. So I'm opposed to it. And, I bought my house 2 years ago here. If I would have known this was happening, I would have bought in this neighborhood. And I think, any one of the people on the board wouldn't want this in their backyard. And, who's to say, that this won't happen? If you guys decide with business over your residents, that's kind of, disappointing. And lastly, sorry, one more point, a procedure issue. Under normal circumstances, if I had to pre-pandemic ask if I was on site, would Mr. Phillips be answering questions or would it be queued like this?
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. F. Yeah.
It's the same process in the Abbey.
Yeah. So just to be clear, we had a redevelopment project last year, which is the Abbey project on Madison Avenue. That Restoration Hardware is now seeking approval from the planning board. They have not gone before the planning board yet, but it's the same process that we took on last year. And yes, it is what it is given the Zoom here and given the number of people who want to speak before us. So we will move on to the next person. Who's next in the queue?
William Miller.
No, William Miller already went. So who's
ready? Below, you got Jeffrey Bear.
Jeffrey Byer?
Beyer.
Okay, Mr. Byer, can you mute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Your name and address, please.
Jeffrey Byer, 25 Aspen Way.
Very good. And would you like to appear on screen or remain voice only?
Sure, why not?
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. Byer, you are represented by Mr. Simon. So
I am, and I'll be ever so brief because I don't want to take away any of his time.
Go ahead.
Sure. So I have first of all, regards to Mr. Carlson. He and I used to work at the same firm a couple of firms ago for him. I have kind of a more fundamental question, which I haven't heard asked at all or even brought up, which is when back in 2019, when this was an area in need of redevelopment or was being studied, the conclusion was made that this did meet the criteria under the statutes, and it was, I think it was subparagraph B and subparagraph D. Subparagraph B talks about the discontinuance of the use of buildings previously used for commercial manufacturing or industrial purposes, and whether the buildings are abandoned or in a state of disrepair so as to be untenantable. And then D refers to areas with buildings or improvement which are dilapidated, obsolete, overcrowded, et cetera, and having deleterious land use. So on that basis, the area was declared in need of redevelopment. So it turns out that the building actually was tenantable after all, after the property owner, to be fair, invested a great deal of money in it, to their credit. I think Ms. Wilson said it was around $50 million. But the building clearly is tenantable because CIT is moving in and they've taken half the building. So, my question is, and with respect to Mr. Needham, I'm not sure that it is a dead property given that CIT is about to move in and the building is tenantable. So my question is, how did we get from needing to be an area in need of redevelopment because the building was obsolete to now we're talking about a hotel being built under the redevelopment plan? How does building a hotel on this property ameliorate the condition that led to the redevelopment designation to begin with? I'm a lawyer, but I'm not a land use lawyer. So maybe somebody can connect those dots and explain it to me, because it's not making any sense to me, to be honest. I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Byer. We'll get to that question. I just want to get one more person in before we start addressing some of the questions. So who's next in the queue, Mark? And then we'll make this person, I think, the last one for the evening.
While you do that, let me just say, good to see you, Jeff. Get in touch. Been a while.
Sounds good. Thanks, Scott.
Brenda Burns.
So if you can disconnect Mr. Byer first.
All right.
Very good. So who's next in the queue now?
So we don't want him. Brenda Burns?
Brenda Byrne? Brenda, can you unmute yourself?
Yep, I'm unmuted. You can put me on if you'd like.
Sure, we can elevate you. Can you state your name and address, please?
It's gonna be a moment.
Oh, hold on a second.
Thank you.
There we go. Now we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes,
Very good. Can you state your name and address, please?
Brenda Burns, 33 Frederick. So I'm right in line here with Nancy and Rosemary and others that have spoken. My backyard looks right at those lights as well. Not real happy about it. Along with, just going to mention the nonstop beeping of the trucks that forever seem to be going backwards. So much so that on a nice spring day, we can't even have the windows open because the beeping will drive you insane. The lights that shine directly into our bedroom, so much so that we had to get blackout curtains because it would light up the bedrooms at night. So many trees came down in like Superstorm Sandy that I've actually driven back there to look at our house because I know we can see right over there. I want to see what they see. They can see, our entire backyard, everything. If, we're having a barbecue, and I'm sure we'll be able to see if they build a hotel there. I work at an international firm, and I actually often book hotels for our international travelers here locally. So I know I never have a problem getting them rooms at, say, the Westin, the Hyatt, the Hilton. So I can't imagine that we need another hotel. Again, going back to like Annalise's point earlier, we're going to be coming back from COVID, hopefully at some point. We would like to fill those up before even thinking about having another hotel. Can't see, the need for it. It's going to cause more traffic, more lights behind us. Again, I don't know what the plan is for the quote unquote buffer. I mean, the trees that we had that came down in the superstorm in Sandy were giant fir trees. And, so some of those are gone, and we've been trying to figure out what to put up, but it would take years to have something, large enough to block out the lighting that's in there. Also, just with the construction, when it was going on, I had to call to complain to Onyx because the workers dropped so many F-bombs. I couldn't imagine with this wonderful residential neighborhood, all the kids that were in backyards playing, hearing these workers. We literally could hear their entire conversations. And then when they would start yelling to each other in that foul language, we had to complain about that to them. It's just been so many phone calls to Onyx as well, just about different issues. Again, the lights, shining into our house. Trying to look through my notes here. So many others have asked the questions that we've already been thinking of, but I know you did mention earlier about wanting to hear about what it's like, in the backyard. Just to think about the fact of another building going up and living through more construction, it just makes you go crazy. just the banging, the noise, the beeping of those trucks. Apparently, every time they had to raise a glass panel to put up, it's not just the beeping of the backup of the truck, but they have to have the beeping going the entire time they raise that pane of glass and put it in. So the last year, it just felt like nonstop beeping. I know I had another thought and I just lost it. Basically, I'm sure you can tell I'm very opposed. My husband and I are very opposed. And the other thing, and I believe Rosemary brought this up, others brought this up. Part of the reason we moved here 15 years ago was this is just the most wonderful neighborhood. It is just this great residential neighborhood. We knew it was good property, good, good value that we were going to get out of this. What this will do to the value of this neighborhood, the other gentleman mentioned, if he had known about this, he wouldn't buy here. What does that make me think when at some point I'm ready to move out and sell? It's not a good look for the neighborhood. I see my time is almost up. I'll come back with more questions and feedback later. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your thoughts, Mrs. Burns. Before you disconnect her, sorry, Mark, keep her on for a second. Mrs. Burns, can you, maybe she can start here. So maybe offline, I won't ask you to state in public, but could you email me, Mrs. Burns, for all the township committee members, it's first initial, last name. So my email address is jgrayzel@morristwp.com. If you could email me the names of the people at Onyx who you spoke with about your issues, I'd appreciate it. So Mr. Quinn here can do some follow-up with them about the interactions. I'd appreciate that. Also, Mr. Miller, you have my email address. Mr. Miller, if you're hearing me, if you could email me and I'll circulate it, that document that you had made reference to. We would like to take a look at that and see the best practices that you mentioned in that document. Okay, so I'm going to close public portion for this evening, given that it's 10:33 already. We're going to turn it over to Mr. Phillips to answer the questions that he's written down. I have a few questions written down that I'll follow up on, and then we will set a next meeting date. Yes, and so at next meeting, I hope that we'll go straight to public comment. I actually think there are a couple of housekeeping things that we need to do up front. I would like to get a certain timeline for this property of the dates, and maybe we could have a timeline that we can show as a slide as to when it was built, when it was sold, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe we'll do that at the beginning, but the intention at the next meeting is to go pretty much straight to public commentary. Okay, so Mr. Phillips, I'll turn it over to you to answer the questions you have, and we'll see if you cover the questions I have on my sheet.
Unmute yourself.
Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to go through the comments that I cataloged from each of the individual speakers. There were some common issues raised, so I'll address that as I go through the individual comments. I'm going to start with Mr. Larkin's comments, and one of his comments was, why was the redevelopment considered 2 years after the acquisition on the part of Onyx? And I started to address that. We were approached, and I may have the timing off, but they did acquire in 2016, and they originally approached us, and in my presentation, they were considering a number of different options, which I kind of went through. But we were first contacted by them in either 2017 or 2018. I can't remember which year it was, but there were a number of meetings that were held with the TCC to go over these various options. And my recollection is that, as I indicated in my introduction, that the TCC recommended to the Township that a redevelopment study to determine whether the area qualified for designation under the state statute be undertaken, and that was done in 2019. So the short answer on timing is we responded after we were first contacted by the new property owner, and that really accounts for the timing going forward. There was a comment by Mr. Larkin about concern about not enough clarity in the standards. And I will tell you, as I mentioned in my introduction, that one of the benefits of doing a redevelopment plan is you can have far more detail than conventional zoning in terms of the standards and issues such as the targeting the envelope for the hotel and the other things discussed. So certainly this would go beyond what would typically be done to provide controls on the hotel under conventional zoning. And I think Mr. Larkin, and I don't blame him, was looking for more certainty. I mean, the problem at this stage is there's no end user yet. We had some indication of the prototypical hotels that would likely be built here if this redevelopment plan is approved, and we utilize that to kind of spec the redevelopment plan. But beyond that, and the parameters set forth in the plan, without an end user, we kind of don't know with any certainty what the specifics will be on, what's going to be the size of the meeting room, how many, what's the size of the restaurant, is it 150 rooms, 200 rooms, 225 rooms? All we can indicate is the thresholds that are laid out in the redevelopment plan, and like any other development application, the particulars based on the redevelopment plan go before the planning board at the time of a planning board application. I wish we could be more certain, but without an end user at this point, it's really impossible to do that. And certainly it's not something that I would recommend, because you're somewhat in a vacuum attempting to do it. Mr. Larkin raised the issue about Onyx never having built a hotel. I don't know whether that's a factually correct statement or not. I have no reason to dispute it, but I would just add that Onyx would not likely build a hotel here. They would likely make an arrangement with an operator who has experience in building hotel, and they make some kind of arrangement with either a land lease or potentially a subdivision of the property. But I don't think that that's, an issue that would cause me concern as being your advisor, meaning the advisor to the township committee. And finally, he indicated that the other Onyx properties didn't have hotels. And again, I have no reason to, dispute, that statement. I don't know whether it's factually accurate or not, but again, based upon my last comment, I don't think it's really relevant to the merits of the redevelopment plan here. Ms. Lennon spent most of her comments talking about or questioning the, I guess it was the need for the hotel. Her comments were directed toward the office building, and I'm trying to read into the comments. I think, and I, by the way, also attended that EDAC meeting that she attended, where there was a guest speaker who had expertise in office leasing in the Morris County area. I really can't comment on that or the prospects for a second tenant. The only thing I would add is I think it's great that if true, that the prospects for second tenant at the office building are good. I think that's a good thing for the township, and it's a good thing for the property owner to see that building become even more stable if fully utilized. Ms. Avers had some questions about the public hearing on the area in need of redevelopment investigation. And I think the main thrust or question was, why wasn't the hotel issue discussed then? And the long and short of it is that they're mutually exclusive events. And it's very clear in doing redevelopment in New Jersey that you do not want to attempt to put the cart before the horse. And basically, before you even get to a redevelopment plan and consider uses, you have to independently take a look at the property, not thinking about what a future use may or may not be, and determine, based on the statutory criteria in the local redevelopment and housing law, whether that property qualifies or not for redevelopment. And that's what the subject of that meeting in 2019 was. And it was the only legitimate topic for discussion as part of that public hearing process, again, consistent with the enabling statute. The issue of the hotel basically comes at the time the redevelopment plan is being prepared, and that's why this is being discussed as part of this public hearing. Ms. Avers also discussed concerns about buffers and landscaping. Certainly, I would agree that these are important considerations. And as I indicated, they certainly will be addressed at the time of any future site plan approval, should the governing body adopt this plan and should there actually be an application for a hotel. Ms. Avers also questioned the market and why wasn't there a market study done for the hotel. My response is I sort of addressed this a bit in earlier questions from one of the TC members, is that clearly the hotel market was hit hard by COVID. We are now hopefully coming out of COVID. Everybody sort of has an opinion on the office market and the hotel market. Again, I'm not that smart. I'm not so sure anyone knows how this is all going to pan out post-COVID, other than I'm absolutely convinced as a professional that the corporate office complex park prototype is going to mixed use. And for those to be viable in the forward, they have to amenitize services and other uses, which make them more stable and viable and productive. That I'm absolutely convinced of. When the hotel market is going to come back, I don't know the answer to that. But I think the key thing here is that this redevelopment plan allows and provides for a hotel. If there's no market for a hotel, then there'll be no application for a hotel on the property, either next year or a short-term future, maybe never, or maybe longer-term future. In that sense, it's no different than a zoning ordinance that has a list of permitted uses, some of which someone may make an application for, others may be permitted uses for years and nothing happens. I think it's the owner's intent that that the hotel would add to this park and this environment, but it remains to be seen if a deal can be worked out and whether or not a user has enough confidence in the market to go forward with the project. Ms. Avers also indicated that a detailed traffic study is needed, and absolutely do not disagree with that comment. And this would be done at the time of a site plan application. Yet we did want to get some indication as to traffic generation, at least, which is why we asked Mr. Fischinger to do the initial analysis that he did, both in terms of traffic and in terms of parking. Ms. Rush had echoed Ms. Avers' comments regarding the public hearing in 2019. I think I've covered that. And she also echoed the comments about the feasibility of the hotel, and I think made a recommendation that a study should have been done. So I think that I addressed that market issue as well. Mr. Miller, I know the mayor addressed Mr. Miller, and he quoted some redevelopment principles that were established by the APA, the New Jersey chapter of the APA. I certainly don't dispute those principles. I would only add that there's no municipality is required or bound to follow that exact recommendation from the APA. And I will say and concur with the mayor that the township is following the statutory requirements in terms of the local redevelopment housing law. It's holding a public hearing on this application. And from the likes of it, this is probably going to go multiple hearings. So certainly the township committee is going to hear from every member of the public who has an interest in this proceeding, and it will, take the appropriate action as it should upon completion of the public hearing. Ms. Mead raised a couple of issues. Probably the biggest one that I want to talk about is the buffer issue, but just let me deal with the other ones. The lighting issue, I agree, lighting is an issue. I think we put some good guiding principles as well as some standards with regard to lighting in the redevelopment plan. I will say that, and I think Jim Slate will probably agree that our current land development ordinance doesn't have a lot in terms of lighting, and that may need to be an issue we should address going forward. But we wanted to provide some additional safeguards, which is why we used the language that we did. But the ultimate specifics, again, on lighting are probably best handled when an application comes in before the planning board. There was a suggestion about, and I hope I understood this correctly, about pushing the hotel further west. And I think my response to that is there's not much more room that we can push it until we get right on the property line along the internal access driveway. And certainly you can't really do that without changing the orientation of the hotel. And I am confident that what we've done in terms of the orientation of the hotel is really important in terms of visual impacts on the adjacent residences. With regard to the buffer, this is a delicate balancing issue. And I understand the comment about wanting more detailed specifications. And I think certain professionals may have a difference of opinion on how best to do this and afford the best protection for residents. I mean, we could have put in a standard that said the buffer should be X number of feet, and you need to do a double staggered row of evergreens 6 to 8 feet tall or something like that. But I've seen ordinances that have that, and where you have existing vegetation that's of a decent quality, and you may not want it to come down, you may want to just supplement it. The developer would potentially have the right to just take that down. I've seen that happen. So it was our opinion that providing the guiding principles, what can and can't go within the buffer, and basically giving that ability that the planning board has to be satisfied that the buffer is adequate, knowing that the planning board is going to listen to neighbors and interested parties. We actually think that's a better protection than to not give that planning board that discretion and have specific standards. Now, there are people who may disagree with me, but that is my professional opinion that I'm advocating to the township committee in that regard. Mr. Needham, his comments were basically he supported the redevelopment plan, so there's no need to address his specific comments or questions. Ms. Gilmartin, she raised issues with regard to the larger windows on the offices, and probably correctly so. That's to get better light into the building, which was part of the redesign and approval. With regard to the bright lights in the office building, I fully appreciate that that's a neighbor concern. I've seen the photos. I'm sure I'd be concerned. But that really is an issue that should be addressed, but it doesn't have anything to do with this particular redevelopment plan per se. And I'm glad the township is seeking to work with the owner regarding this nighttime lighting. I'm not an expert. I know work is being done, but I'm convinced there's an acceptable solution that would, that the owner can move forward with something that's more sensitive to the neighbors, but it's sort of not for me to negotiate that. Ms. Gilmartin also indicated that Onyx flips its properties. Again, I don't know, I can't confirm or deny that that's true or under what circumstances, but all I will tell you is that, like a zoning ordinance, the redevelopment plan is in place no matter who the owner is. And if Onyx flips or sells its property to someone else, that new owner would be subject to the same standards. So this plan is written basically for whoever is the owner developer of the property. It is not written specifically for Onyx, because Onyx has every ability to, at some point, sell the property before there's an application for the hotel. And Ms. Gilmartin expressed her opinion about having felt the hotel is not compatible with the neighbors, and obviously that's something that the Township Committee will take into account. Mr. Riff also expressed concerns about the existing lighting, so I won't spend any more time on that issue. I think he asked for some indication of how much revenue to the township for the hotel, and certainly, the details of that will be determined when it's fully up and operational and running, and your tax assessor will use will determine the appropriate means to assess the property. But just for some order of magnitude, and I'm going to use a 150 key hotel, that you're probably talking of a rateable of at least $25 million, just to give you some, and again, don't hold me to it, but just some order of magnitude, since the question was asked. Mr. Riff also had concerns about, well, what happens if, it's built, there's no user, there's uncertainty, and what about future changes, and does this set a precedent? I will only add that no one can predict the future, and that, the reason that we ended up here is because there was a vacant office building back in the 2014 that went to auction, and that when Onyx first approached us, they were looking at all kinds of options, including knocking that entire building down and putting up multifamily inclusionary housing with affordable housing set aside on the entire site. That was something that they were considering. Certainly the township didn't pursue that, but just to give you some notion that things change and markets change. And again, in the examples I gave, I can give you examples of a number of office buildings that in the last 5 or 7 years have been torn down, and multifamily housing has been put in its place. So I think you have to, plan for what makes the most sense, knowing what you know about the future, but also understanding that, things do change, which you have no control over. Mr. Byer brought up the criteria used when we did the area need of redevelopment study. And he's correct. That was the B and D criteria. And I'm not going to rehash that because the horse has left that proverbial barn door. But in answer to his question, which is the building is now tenantable, how could you deem it to be in need of redevelopment? So redevelopment also takes into account basically renovating a building. It doesn't necessarily mean that the building has to come down, but that building in the condition it was at the time we did the study basically met the criteria for area in need of redevelopment classification, essentially because it was antiquated, considered obsolete in terms of the design and layout. And again, the developer had to invest, somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million to bring it back to marketable standards. So I hope that sort of answers Mr. Byers' question. And the last thing he brought up was, well, the hotel has nothing to do with the area need qualification. And he's correct. But there's nothing in the redevelopment statute that requires whatever is in the ultimate redevelopment plan to relate to the statutory criteria that was the basis for the classification, if that makes sense. So you can add other uses, even though those uses didn't exist or had nothing to do with the classification. And this is not atypical in terms of redevelopment plans. And then lastly, Ms. Burns had issues again with the lighting, and she also mentioned construction vehicles being a problem. This is something, again, that goes beyond the merits of this redevelopment plan. That's not to say that these aren't legitimate issues for the neighbors and there shouldn't be some effort made to resolve these issues with the developer. I think Ms. Burns also indicated that she didn't think another hotel was needed in the area. I'm not going to kind of belabor that one. You've heard from me on multiple occasions this evening on that. I would just say that the owner still thinks that there is demand in the future for the hotel, but if the owner or future owner is wrong, it won't get built. And then the last issue that Ms. Burns raised was the issue of the buffer, which I think I've addressed in other comments. So, Mr. Mayor, I hope that I got a good sense of the comments and answered them to the best of my abilities.
Good job, Paul.
Very good. Thank you, Paul. So let me ask a couple follow-up questions. With regard to the revenue from the hotel, we did get some preliminary estimates. Mr. Do you have those numbers with you? About what the hotel revenue might be, what the taxes might be?
No, sir.
No?
We didn't. That wasn't done, sir.
No, it wasn't done?
No.
Okay. I thought we had some comparison to existing properties.
Until we get a prototype of what the hotel's going to be and the number of rooms and those things.
Okay, very good.
But we can't do anything until we have, they can't even do an appraisal until they have the square footage and all the other things that go with it.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to clarify that. There was a question about what precludes the other office buildings, 350, for example, from asking for something similar on their properties. I don't expect you to answer that, but maybe one thing the Township Committee could do, maybe Jim, is look at how many parking spots are available on that site compared to the size of the building. See if there's any excess parking like we see at the Onyx site that could possibly be used for something. Just so we do our due diligence with regard to that question. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. We talked about the viability of the hotel. I would like to lay out a timeline so everybody's clear about when AT&T moved out, when it was purchased, when it was sold again, when Onyx proposed. So I think at the beginning of next time, we'll just try to show a graphic for everybody about the timeline. We'll do that at the beginning of next meeting. I did have another question for Mr. Slade, our engineer. You can just answer it from your microphone, Jim. It's fine. With regard to the current buffer and the fact that trees had fallen down and such, you had looked into the prior approval, and what did you find about the maintenance requirement for the buffer?
I did not
see. Can you speak into the microphone?
Yeah, I think I'm getting picked up though, even just talking, but there was no specific, requirement. All our new resolutions in the Planning Board and Board of Adjustment have a continuing requirement for them to complete maintenance. When this was approved, I'm going to say back in the 80s, the resolution, may have been 2 pages long. Our current resolutions are probably 15 or 20 pages with that many more conditions. With that said, I think that there's, not going to be a problem having the current property owner, replace some of those trees that came down, where there's gaps. I mean, obviously, as one of the residents pointed out, if a 30-foot tree is coming down, you can't plant a 30-foot tree, but I believe we have the opportunity to, replant some of that, buffer to help augment trees that were lost.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And, one of the residents, I think it was Ms. Mead, talked about the buffer, and I think I threw out a suggestion, can we, instead of what she said, and it overlapped with what Paul said about, if you just try to replenish the buffer, they can take stuff down. Is there a way that when you viewed the property, can we create sort of a new, sort of maybe just throwing out this idea, like a new 5-foot or 10-foot buffer area in front of the existing buffer? That could be a sort of a secondary buffer. Do you do that kind of thing?
Yeah, and I think that's something that can go on. Or there's the detention basin is an area that's between the residents on Frederick Place and, in the direction of the hotel. That's that green space you see on the aerial. I think on the far edge of that, there's also areas for, planting a buffer. I want to take a closer look at that, but maybe I can provide some more information at the next meeting.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. Let's see. And then one last question for Mr. Carlson. Maybe Mr. Carlson can answer this one. Scott? Is he out there?
He is. I'm here, Mayor.
Very good, thanks. So we were talking about the buffers and the requirements and what we can write in and what we can't write in. I recall in the restoration hardware developers agreement, so it wasn't in the development plan, but in the developers agreement, we got a little more specific about the buffer requirement that would be required. Am I correct? Did that get written into the developers agreement?
Redevelopment agreement. Yeah.
The redevelopment agreement. We wrote it. We wrote in a specific.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We wrote in a specific requirement for a buffer. And so while we discussed here tonight what we're going to leave up to the planning board and what we have, what we can do ourselves here, there is an opportunity. I just wanted you to confirm that we could write, just similar to the restoration hardware, we could write something into a redevelopers agreement to address the buffer.
I can't confirm that with 100% accuracy. To some degree, unlike these proceedings, the redeveloper was present at those proceedings and had testified and was available for questioning and the like. And this is a different proceeding, and I understand why. We had restoration hardware there because they were a very, very unique redeveloper. It was not a plug and play kind of hotel. You certainly could do those things in a redevelopment agreement. That does not mean that the redeveloper would necessarily be bound to be agreeable to that.
Yeah.
But I do think that this redevelopment plan offers far enough discretion to the planning board that the planning board can take a very, very close look at that buffer. And that's one of those things that the planning board could decide the application upon. It's one of the few things, I will say.
Okay. So I'm not looking to force something on a developer. I would hope the developer would come to the table and say what they would be agreeable to, just like Restoration Hardware came to the table and said we'd be agreeable to this kind of buffer. But the point was that we have the opportunity, if they are agreeable, to put that in the developer's agreement.
And Mayor, you can't guarantee that. I would not anticipate, given the scope of this project, a whole lot of pushback on that point.
Okay, very good.
And
So I'm going to
say one thing.
I was actually going to turn it over to you next, Committeewoman Wilson, to ask me follow-up questions. I'm going to go through the order again. So it's your turn. Go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to do follow-up questions, but I will say I have one comment on this, this idea of putting language in the redevelopment agreement. yes, we did indeed do that with the Abbey. And what I recall is that the developer put out ahead of time, here are some choices for the buffer. And then prior to the, the developer met offline from the public hearing with the residents, because there's a conversation there, a back and forth, the opportunity for questions that is very difficult to make happen in a setting like this. So that's part of what I was trying to suggest, and I do hope we can do this. This is an opportunity for residents to have real input and to understand what's going on and to have a two-way exchange with the developer. I think it's a good idea.
Great. Do you have any other follow-ups for Mr. Phillips, or any other comments before we wrap up?
I don't have any other questions for Mr. Phillips. I would just say it's been very interesting to me to listen to the comments from the public tonight. And I do see a lot of questions about how the process works. I can see that there was a lot of confusion that originated back in 2019 with the area in need of redevelopment study. And there was misunderstanding there. It seems to me many residents felt that was the end of this process, when in actuality, it was sort of the beginning. You have to first decide or to see that a site meets the redevelopment criteria. And then if it does, which it does in this case, then the next step is the redevelopment plan. So it's unfortunate there was that misunderstanding, but I can see there are questions that remain. So I guess and I totally support the ideas that have come up about the need for public participation in the process. Yes, very much so. We need to do everything we can to ensure that the public is as actively involved in the process as possible. So I know it's very late. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Mr. Ravitz, do you have any follow-ups, any questions or any comments?
No follow-ups for Mr. Phillips, but I do want to thank the members of the public for their impassioned, sort of testimony here tonight. I've learned a tremendous amount. I've enjoyed listening to it all. I'm still kind of taking it all in. As I've always said, government works better when people are engaged and involved and informed. So this is the opportunity for the residents to really make a difference, and for the township committee to really take to heart all of the things and weigh the pros and cons, and ultimately end up doing what's best for the township. So, thank you to the residents, and thank you to Mr. Phillips and Mr. Carlson.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm done.
Mr. Mancuso, any comments or questions?
At the moment, thank you, no, sir, but I do echo Mr. Ravitz's thought process. I think that it worked out very well. I was really happy to hear from the public. I think I was impressed by the questions and the thought process of the Township Committee. And Mr. Phillips, I think you're spectacular, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Paul Phillips Fan Club. And Deputy Mayor Jurfee.
I'm not gonna restate everything that's said. I definitely support and echo the comments from everyone else. I would say this though, I would strongly encourage Onyx to open communications with residents, whether it's about lighting, whether it's about this project. Organize a meeting. Restoration Hardware did a great job with the Abbey. We need to promote that type of conversation between the residents and the property owner.
Very good. And I'll echo the comments of Mr. Ravitz and Mr. Mancuso. I too agree that Paul, you did a great job tonight. Thank you very much for that. I want to also acknowledge that, oops, I think my phone just died. Anyway, you'll just hear my voice, I think, going forward. That there are 5 people that are left in the queue, and I just want to acknowledge those names. It's Hank Lamore, Jack Cox, Catherine McKinnon, Joan Tartaglia, and Jew Kirwan. And so those 5 people, you will have the opportunity to go first at the next meeting. And anybody else who hasn't spoken in this first round of questioning, including Mr. Simon, will have a chance to ask their questions at the next hearing. With anything else to wrap up before we talk about the next meeting date?
No, sir, that is it.
Okay, I think we covered it. So this hearing, we have not been able to determine a next firm meeting date for a special meeting. So we are formally carrying the hearing to the April 21st regular meeting of the Township Committee. I do not suspect we're going to conduct any business on 340 Mount Kemble that night, but there's always that possibility. Please check the agenda if there's an agenda item for that or not. I mean, there will be an agenda item, but we'll let you know if we'll be talking about that at that meeting. We'll be transparent about how we're going to conduct that. But my belief is that we're just going to use the time at the 21st to set a follow-up meeting date. But please, everybody, tune in April 21st to be sure.
And Mayor, I would just remind all the residents who are on to sign up for our municipal messenger email in case we have a special message or anything pertaining to this or any other news in the township, so you stay informed as quickly as possible.
Always a good reminder. You can sign up for the municipal messenger by going to our website, clicking on the government tab at the top, and then there will be a button to click on for municipal messenger. You can enter your email address, and you will get all the special notifications from Morris Township about meetings and events. Okay, with that said, I will call for an adjournment until April 21st. We're going to have a closed session at 5 p.m. Is that correct?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. closed session, and the public session on April 21st will begin at 7 p.m. So somebody move that?
So move.
And Mayor, before there's a motion, I just
Yes?
want to make clear that everyone on the call knows that this is being carried to that date. You will not receive further notice by mail, but on that date, the continuation date will be let known to the public.
Very good. And I just also want to let the public know that this meeting has been recorded. Hopefully in the next week, we will put it up online for viewing. You'll be able to find it on the website. So anybody who was not in attendance can view it. Anybody who wants to review what was spoken about tonight can review it again. Okay, so with that said, will somebody move that we close the meeting?
To adjourn, Mr. Mayor, please.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, very good. So we're adjourned until April 21st, 7 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for staying up so late.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Night.